In the beginning, before the first breath of life, before light and darkness, there was nothing. A vast, endless void stretched infinitely in all directions, silent and cold. It was a place without shape, without sound, without a single heartbeat. There was no sky, no earth, no stars, and no sun. Time itself had no meaning here, for there was nothing to measure against. This was the primordial chaos, a place of absolute emptiness where existence had not yet found its way. The void was not merely empty, it was a thick, suffocating stillness. It was the kind of quiet that presses down on your soul, making you feel small and lost. It was heavy and consuming, a darkness that went beyond the absence of light, almost as if it had a presence of its own. There was no up or down, no sense of direction, just an endless sea of black that seemed to swallow everything. In this place, the concept of time did not exist. Moments did not pass, there was only a constant, unchanging nothingness. And in this nothingness, the void seemed to stretch on forever. It was as if all the dreams that would ever be dreamed, all the hopes that would ever rise, and all the love that would ever be felt were locked away, waiting for a spark. But no spark came, not yet. There was no one to watch, no one to care, no one to wonder what might lie beyond this endless, silent sea. The emptiness stretched on, without end, without purpose. It was a place that could make even the strongest hearts tremble. For in this vast and lonely space, there was a haunting emptiness that could pierce through even the deepest courage. It was not just the absence of light, but the absence of everything that gives life its meaning. It was the kind of emptiness that could make one feel lost forever, as if swallowed whole by the vastness of the universe that had yet to be born. Imagine a silence so profound that it drowns out every thought, every whisper of hope. A stillness that feels eternal, as if nothing will ever change. The void was more than just darkness, it was the very essence of despair, where not even a flicker of light dared to shine. There was no warmth, no cold, just a neutral, unfeeling expanse that did not care about anything or anyone. This was a place where even dreams could not find their way, where nothing had form or substance. It was the ultimate loneliness, a solitude so complete that it felt as if it could never be broken. Yet, in this vast emptiness, there was a quiet potential, hidden and buried deep within the void. A silent promise of something yet to come, though it was not seen, not felt, not even thought. It lay dormant, like a seed buried in the darkest soil, waiting for something, anything, to change. But the void remained, patient and unmoving, as it had for an eternity and would for an eternity more, or so it seemed. There were no stars to guide the way, no moon to cast a gentle glow. There was no rhythm, no pulse, no sense of life. It was a place where time stood still, where every second felt like forever, and forever was an endless stretch of nothing. In this place, it was as if the very fabric of existence was yet to be woven, and every thread that might one day form the tapestry of the universe was still hidden away, waiting for a hand to pull it free. The void held no colors, no light, no warmth, and no cold. It was a place stripped of all feeling, where even fear could not find a foothold. The absence of existence was complete, and in that completeness, there was an unsettling sense of peace. A peace that was not comforting but rather stifling, like a blanket that covers too tightly and leaves no room to breathe. It was a peace that came not from tranquility but from the absence of everything that gives life its spark. There was no sound to break the silence, no breeze to stir the stillness. It was as if the universe itself was holding its breath, caught in a moment that had no beginning and no end. The emptiness was so total that it felt as though it could stretch on forever, with no hope of ever changing. There was a stillness that was both beautiful and terrifying, a silence that held within it all the potential of what could be but was not yet. And yet, within that stillness, there was the faintest whisper of something more. Not a sound, not a light, but a tiny, almost imperceptible sense of waiting. As if, beneath all that nothingness, there was a yearning for something more. It was a yearning without form, without voice, a feeling so faint that it was almost not there at all. But it was there, buried deep within the heart of the void, a tiny seed of possibility that lay hidden, waiting for the right moment to break free. This was the state of everything before the first spark of creation. A vast, endless sea of nothing, where time did not move and space had no boundaries. It was a place where dreams had not yet been dreamed, where stars had not yet been born, and where the gods themselves were only a distant, unformed idea. It was a place so empty, so devoid of anything, that it seemed impossible that anything could ever come from it. And yet, it was from this very nothingness that everything would one day emerge. In the cold and silent void, there was a quiet, unspoken promise. A promise that, even in the darkest, most desolate places, there lies the potential for something more. It was a promise that was not seen, not heard, and not felt, but it was there, hidden in the quiet emptiness. It was the first stirrings of something that had yet to take shape, a quiet yearning that would one day give rise to all that is, all that was, and all that will ever be. The void was both a beginning and an end, a place where all things were possible, but nothing had yet taken shape. It was a canvas without paint, a song without notes, a story without words. It was the very essence of potential, locked away in the quietest, most solitary place that had ever been. And in that stillness, in that profound silence, lay the seed of everything that was yet to come. Out of the unending void, where silence reigned and nothing stirred, a flicker began to stir in the darkness. It was the first ripple in the still, lifeless sea of emptiness, a faint, almost timid glow that shimmered softly against the oppressive blackness. This was the first breath of change, a subtle tremble that hinted at the birth of something extraordinary. From the silence that had once seemed eternal, there came a whisper, a faint hum of energy, as if the void itself was waking up from a dreamless sleep. This flicker of light was more than just a break in the darkness, it was a living thing, full of warmth and promise. It grew slowly, uncertain at first, but soon began to spread, reaching out with gentle tendrils that seemed to touch every corner of the void. And from this light, the first god was born. A being of pure radiance, glowing with the warmth of 1,000 suns, yet soft and gentle like the first rays of dawn. This was the god of light, the bringer of hope and the first to emerge from the endless night. His presence was a comfort, a balm against the loneliness that had once filled every space. He shone with a brilliance that banished the darkness, and where his light touched, the void began to lose its grip. But the light did not stand alone for long. From the deepest part of the void, where the light's reach could not yet stretch, there stirred another presence. It was dark, but not empty, full of mystery, deep and vast, like the endless night sky dotted with stars that had yet to be born. This was the god of darkness, emerging not as an enemy of the light, but as its perfect counterbalance. Her presence was calm and serene, a quiet strength that soothed the edges of the light's brilliance. She was the keeper of secrets, the protector of dreams that nestled in the shadows, waiting to be found. Light and darkness stood together, not in conflict, but in a delicate dance. They were not enemies, but companions, each giving the other purpose and meaning. The god of light, with his radiant glow, would illuminate, bringing clarity and warmth. Meanwhile, the goddess of darkness would embrace the unknown, wrapping it in the comfort of shadows where thoughts could rest and possibilities could hide. They circled one another in a perfect balance, each step echoing through the void, slowly giving rhythm to the stillness that had reigned for so long. Yet, as they moved and intertwined, another presence began to make itself known, a gentle, rhythmic pulse that beat softly in the vast expanse. It was as if the void itself had found a heartbeat, a steady, unchanging rhythm that began to mark the passage of something new. From this pulse, the god of time emerged. He was neither bright like the light nor mysterious like the darkness, but constant and reassuring. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, and his presence brought a new sense of order. He was the keeper of moments, the silent guardian who watched as seconds turned into minutes and minutes into hours. His essence flowed like a river, unending and unyielding, carrying everything within it towards an unknown future. Time did not challenge light or darkness but flowed around them, through them, binding them together in ways that were gentle but unbreakable. With time's arrival, the endless stasis of the void began to unravel. Moments began to take shape, each second now counted in the endless stretch of eternity. The god of time watched over the first flickers of change, his eyes seeing not just what was, but what could be. He carried within him the promise of futures yet to unfold, and though he spoke not a word, his presence was a comfort, a reminder that nothing would stay the same forever. As light, darkness, and time wove their dance, there came a gentle stirring from the farthest reaches of the void, a feeling of something vast and infinite, like a breeze that has no end. It was the god of space, stretching out with open arms, giving shape and distance to everything that was and would be. She was the one who brought the endless expanse, the vast canvases where stars would one day be painted, and the depths where secrets would be hidden. Her presence was both freeing and grounding, allowing the other gods to move and breathe, to grow and change. Space was not empty but full of possibilities. She was the quiet pause between notes, the silence that allowed music to be heard. Her essence was vast and all-encompassing, giving room for dreams to stretch and grow. She created boundaries, not to confine, but to define, giving form and purpose to the energies that swirled around her. Space was the gentle embrace that held the gods together, the endless sky under which all could flourish. She was both the cradle and the expanse, the beginning and the never-ending beyond. Together, these four, the god of light, the goddess of darkness, the god of time, and the goddess of space, were the first gods, the ones who emerged from the void to bring the first breath of life to a place where nothing had been. They did not speak but understood one another deeply, their very beings intertwined in a dance as old as existence itself. Each played their part, moving with a grace that felt both planned and spontaneous, a beautiful, delicate balance that filled the void with the first whispers of creation. The void, which once seemed so endless and empty, now felt alive with potential. The first gods stood as pillars of this new existence, embodying the core forces that would shape everything to come. Light gave warmth and direction, darkness offered comfort and mystery. Time moved forward, bringing order, while space allowed room for everything to grow and become. They were not merely gods, they were the heartbeats of the universe itself, the fundamental forces that would shape the fabric of everything that was yet to be. In their presence, the void no longer felt so vast and lonely. It was filled with the first signs of life, a gentle hum of energy that hinted at the wonders yet to come. The gods, in their silent dance, brought with them a promise that from the darkness there would come light, from the stillness there would come motion, and from the nothingness there would come everything. The void, once empty and cold, now held within it the seeds of stars, the spark of dreams, and the gentle pulse of a universe just beginning to wake. In the stillness of the void, where the first gods had emerged, a quiet tension began to build. Light and darkness, once dancing in harmony, started to feel a strain. At first, it was subtle, a flicker in the brightness of light, a deeper shadow in the presence of darkness. They were meant to coexist, but the line that separated them was becoming blurred. The light grew restless, its gentle glow starting to push further, seeking to cover more of the vast expanse. Darkness, ever patient, began to pull back, gathering her shadows closer, unwilling to be swallowed whole. It was a silent struggle, a slow push and pull that neither could ignore. As the days passed, though in those times, days were not yet counted, the tension grew stronger, like a string pulled too tight. Light wanted to shine brighter, to spread farther, to illuminate every hidden corner. It was a force that craved expansion, eager to push back every trace of shadow. But darkness, with her quiet strength, refused to retreat. She did not wish to conquer, but to preserve the spaces where dreams could hide and grow, where rest could be found away from the unending glare of light. They were not enemies, yet their desires could not exist without conflict. The first spark of discord was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a small, sudden burst where light pushed too far, and darkness pulled back too hard. It rippled through the void, a crackle of energy that felt like the first clap of thunder before a storm. It was in that moment that the first cosmic battle began. Light flared with a brilliance that it had never shone before, blazing forward with a force that could not be contained. It was beautiful, dazzling, a pure, radiant force that filled the emptiness with hope and warmth. But in its desire to fill every corner, light forgot the gentle balance it once shared. Darkness rose in response, not with fury but with a quiet, unyielding resolve. She spread her shadows wide, an endless night that stood firm against the encroaching brightness. Where light blazed fiercely, darkness flowed smoothly, covering what light tried to claim. It was not a clash of good against evil, but of need and desire. Light needed to shine, to illuminate all it could touch, while darkness desired to protect the hidden, to cradle the secrets that were not yet ready to be seen. They clashed in silence, their battle filling the void with bursts of light and deep waves of shadow, each refusing to give way. The struggle grew, like a wildfire in a dry forest, quickly becoming a dance of power and will. Light surged, beams slicing through the shadows, piercing the dark with a searing intensity. It was a force that could blind, so bright it made the heart race, each burst a declaration that it would not be dimmed. But darkness was not to be outdone. She swirled around each beam, absorbing and redirecting, her shadows becoming deeper, more profound, like a bottomless well. She did not burn with the intensity of light, but her presence was just as strong, just as determined. As they fought, the void that once knew only stillness and calm was now alive with movement. The clash between light and darkness sent ripples through every corner of existence. It was as if the very fabric of the void was being stretched and pulled, twisted into shapes that had never been seen before. Sparks flew where light and darkness met, each spark a tiny, fleeting star that blinked into existence only to fade just as quickly. The void, once so silent and empty, now echoed with the silent roars of their struggle. Neither light nor darkness wanted to harm the other. They were bound by the same origin, both birthed from the emptiness, both essential in their own right. But the more they pushed, the more they realized that something had to change. Light could not fill every space, for without darkness, it lost its meaning. Darkness could not cover everything, for without light, there was no contrast, no form. Their struggle was not one of hatred, but of growing pains, the challenge of finding a new balance in a space that was still learning what it meant to be alive. In the heart of this cosmic battle, there were moments where light's beams would soften, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the beauty of darkness rather than banishing it. And in those moments, darkness would part her shadows just enough to let the light through, creating a dance of twilight that felt like the first breath of peace. But these moments were fleeting, too soon lost in the intensity of their struggle. The void, for all its vastness, seemed too small to contain their desires. As their battle continued, time watched silently, his unending flow marking each moment of their clash. Space, too, held her breath, stretching and bending as light and darkness fought for control. It was as if the universe itself was holding onto a fragile thread, waiting to see which force would yield first. But light and darkness were not ready to give in, each standing firm in their purpose. They fought not out of spite, but out of a desperate need to define themselves, to find their place in the new, emerging cosmos. Then, in a moment that felt like the first drop of rain in a drought, a shift occurred. Light and darkness, in the height of their battle, suddenly pulled back, as if each had taken a breath and realized the futility of their struggle. They were not meant to destroy each other, but to coexist, to complement and balance. Light, in all its brightness, needed the calm of darkness to find its borders, to know where it ended. And darkness, in her vast expanse, needed light to define the spaces she enveloped, to give shape to her shadows. Slowly, almost tenderly, light and darkness began to pull apart, each retreating to its own domain. The separation was not a loss, but a revelation, a recognition that their power was not in conquering the other, but in existing alongside. Where they once clashed, they now stood side by side, light shining where it could, and darkness cradling the spaces in between. Their battle had not been one of destruction but of creation, a fierce, passionate birth of balance that would shape everything to come. The first cosmic battle was not about winning or losing, but about finding the truth of who they were. Light and darkness, once a single, intertwined force, had learned that they were strongest not when they fought, but when they stood together, each giving the other meaning and purpose. It was the beginning of a delicate balance, a new dance that would continue on, echoing through the void as the universe began to unfold in ways that neither light nor darkness could have ever imagined. In the quiet aftermath of light and darkness finding their balance, the universe stood on the edge of something new. There was a stillness that settled in the vast expanse, a calm that felt different from the emptiness that had come before. It was the kind of quiet that comes just before something magical happens, a pause filled with anticipation and unspoken possibilities. The gods, once restless in their newfound existence, now felt a pull, a gentle urge that tugged at their very essence. They could sense that the time had come to create something greater, something that would hold all their hopes, dreams, and the potential of everything that could be. The god of light, glowing with a soft, steady warmth, looked at the goddess of darkness, who returned his gaze with eyes that held the depth of countless secrets. They didn't need words to understand each other. Their hearts were aligned in the same unspoken desire. Time and space, too, felt the call. Time's steady, rhythmic pulse and space's vast, open embrace seemed to sync in perfect harmony, creating a gentle, nurturing atmosphere. It was as if all the gods were breathing together, their combined energy swirling into something more than themselves. With their united will, the gods began to gather their powers. Light offered the gentle glow of hope and clarity, a promise of beginnings yet to come. Darkness wove in her shadows, wrapping the light in a protective cocoon that spoke of mystery and potential yet unseen. Time contributed a steady beat, the promise of endless moments to unfold, while space stretched her arms wide, creating room for something extraordinary to take shape. Together, they poured their essence into a single point, a tiny, shimmering speck that began to glow softly in the emptiness. This tiny speck, small enough to be held in the palm of a hand yet heavy with the weight of infinite possibilities, began to pulse with life. It was warm, vibrant, and alive with a soft, rhythmic beat that echoed the heartbeat of time itself. The gods could feel it growing, gathering strength, as if it were drinking in their hopes and dreams, their fears and desires. It was more than just a seed or a spark, it was a promise of everything that was yet to come. It held within it the potential for stars and planets, for oceans and mountains, for life in all its countless forms. As the speck began to grow, it took on the shape of a perfect, gleaming egg, radiant and mysterious all at once. It shone with the combined light of 1,000 suns yet was wrapped in the comforting darkness of a moonless night. It was the cosmic egg, a sacred vessel that contained the essence of all things. It pulsed gently, each beat a reminder that within this fragile shell lay the beginnings of everything. The gods watched in awe, knowing that they had created something truly wondrous. It was not just an object, but a living thing, filled with the essence of the cosmos itself. The cosmic egg floated in the void, glowing softly with a light that was neither harsh nor dim. It radiated a quiet energy that spoke of creation, of life yet unborn, of worlds and stars waiting to burst forth. The gods stood in silent reverence, their hearts full with the weight of what they had made. This was no ordinary creation, it was the very heart of the universe, a delicate balance of light and dark, of time and space, held together by the combined will of the gods. It was fragile yet unbreakable, a paradox that only they could truly understand. As the egg hovered in the vastness, it began to hum with a soft, melodic sound, like the first notes of a song that had yet to be written. The gods could feel it vibrating with potential, a gentle thrumming that resonated deep within their souls. It was as if the egg was singing a lullaby to the unborn universe, soothing it with the promise of all the beauty and wonder that was yet to come. It was a song without words, yet it spoke of endless possibilities, of life and love, of growth and change. Light and darkness, standing side by side, could feel their energies intertwined within the egg, their eternal dance now a part of something far greater. They could sense the potential for suns to rise and set, for days and nights to pass, for shadows to stretch and stars to shine. Time, with his steady, patient gaze, watched as the egg pulsed with the rhythm of countless ages, each beat a promise of moments that would unfold into infinity. And space, with her boundless embrace, held the egg gently, giving it room to grow, to stretch, to become. There was a warmth that radiated from the egg, a comforting presence that seemed to fill the void with a sense of hope and wonder. It was as if, in that moment, the universe itself was taking its first breath, a soft sigh of anticipation that rippled through the fabric of existence. The gods felt a connection to the egg that was unlike anything they had ever known. It was a part of them, yet also something entirely new, something that carried within it the dreams of stars not yet born and the songs of creatures that had yet to sing. The cosmic egg was a promise, a fragile yet powerful symbol of what was possible when light and darkness, time and space, came together in perfect harmony. It was the seed of creation, a tiny, glowing orb that held within it the potential for all things. And as the gods watched, they could feel the egg growing stronger, its light brightening, its hum growing louder, as if it were gathering all the energy it would need to one day burst forth and fill the universe with life. It was a moment of pure, unbridled hope, a quiet yet profound joy that filled the hearts of the gods. They had created something beautiful, something that held the promise of everything that was to come. It was the beginning of all beginnings, the first step in a journey that would stretch across time and space, touching every corner of existence. The cosmic egg floated gently, glowing softly in the vastness, a silent reminder that from even the smallest spark, the greatest wonders could be born. The gods knew that this was just the beginning. The egg was still growing, still gathering strength, still holding within it the potential for all that was yet to be. But for now, they stood in quiet awe, watching as their creation floated in the void, a tiny, gleaming beacon of hope in the darkness. It was a moment that would echo through the ages, a testament to the power of unity, of balance, of creation. And in that quiet, still moment, the universe held its breath, waiting for the day when the egg would crack open and release the wonders within. In the silent vastness of the cosmos, the cosmic egg pulsed with life, a fragile shell holding the promise of everything yet to be. It floated gently, surrounded by the watchful eyes of the gods, who felt the quiet anticipation building with each beat of its luminous heart. There was a stillness in the air, a hushed moment that stretched on, as if the universe itself was waiting to exhale. The egg, glowing softly with the combined light of countless stars, seemed to shimmer with a hidden energy, a potential so vast it was almost overwhelming. And then, it happened. A soft crack, almost imperceptible at first, echoed through the emptiness. It was like the first notes of a forgotten song, a gentle reminder that something beautiful was about to begin. The gods held their breath, their eyes fixed on the egg as the crack widened, spreading like a web of light across its smooth surface. It was as if the egg was stretching, yearning to release the secrets it held within. The crack grew larger, and with a sudden burst of brilliance, the shell began to break apart. From within the cosmic egg, a dazzling light poured forth, brighter than anything the gods had ever seen. It was a light that carried warmth and hope, a glow that promised the dawn of something entirely new. As the shell continued to crumble, the universe took its first breath. It was as if all of existence had been waiting for this moment, the quiet before the storm, the pause before the first rush of life. The light spilled out, filling the void with a radiance that stretched far and wide, touching every corner of space. With the light came a great surge of energy, a force that swept through the emptiness like a wave crashing upon a silent shore. It was the first breath of creation, the heartbeat of the universe itself. From this surge, the elements began to emerge, each one distinct yet connected, born from the same source. Earth, steady and strong, appeared as tiny particles that began to gather and grow, forming the first stones, the first mountains, the first landscapes that would one day cradle life. It was the promise of solidity, a foundation upon which everything else could be built. Next came air, light and free, swirling out of the broken shell like a gentle breeze. It danced through the void, touching everything in its path with a soft, invisible hand. Air was movement, change, and the breath of life that would one day fill the lungs of every creature. It whispered through the new landscapes, lifting dust and seeds, promising growth and connection. Air was the song of the universe, a melody that would carry the stories of all who lived and loved under the stars. Fire followed, a burst of warmth and light that ignited the cold, dark corners of existence. It was fierce and wild, a spark that could create or destroy, a reminder of the power that lay within the heart of the universe. Fire danced across the new earth, bringing with it both creation and change. It was the force that would warm the first bodies, light the first paths, and fuel the dreams of every soul. Fire was passion, energy, and the drive that pushed life forward, always reaching, always striving for something more. Finally, water flowed from the remains of the egg, cool and soothing, a gentle counterbalance to fire's fierce intensity. Water spread across the new world, filling valleys and craters, creating oceans and rivers that sparkled under the newborn light. It was the essence of life, the source of nourishment and growth, the quiet, reflective mirror that held the beauty of the universe within its depths. Water was the healer, the nurturer, the element that would cradle the beginnings of life and carry it through every challenge and change. As the elements flowed forth, the universe began to take shape. Earth and water mingled, creating the first lands, the first seas. Fire and air danced together, creating storms and winds that swept across the new landscapes. It was a symphony of creation, each element playing its part, each one essential to the whole. The gods watched in awe as their creation unfolded, each moment more breathtaking than the last. They could feel the life stirring within the elements, a quiet, persistent energy that promised endless possibilities. The universe, once a quiet, empty void, was now alive with movement and sound. The elements, free from their shell, swirled and danced, weaving together to form the fabric of existence. It was a dance of balance and harmony, each element finding its place, each one contributing to the whole. Earth provided the strength and stability, air brought movement and freedom, fire offered warmth and transformation, and water nurtured and sustained. Together, they formed the foundation of all that would be, the building blocks of stars and planets, of oceans and skies, of life in all its forms. The gods felt a deep sense of fulfillment as they watched the elements take their places, their hearts swelling with a quiet pride. They had brought forth something truly magnificent, a universe filled with beauty and potential, a canvas upon which countless stories would be painted. The elements, though wild and untamed, were filled with a quiet wisdom, a knowledge that they were part of something far greater than themselves. They moved with purpose and grace, each one contributing to the delicate balance that held the universe together. The universe continued to grow, expanding and unfolding with each passing moment. Stars burst into life, their light cutting through the darkness, their warmth reaching out to touch every corner of space. Planets began to form, spinning and twirling in a cosmic dance, each one unique, each one filled with the promise of life. The elements flowed through everything, shaping and guiding, always moving, always creating. It was a dance of life, a dance that would continue on, echoing through the ages, carried by the winds of time and held in the embrace of space. There was a sense of wonder that filled the cosmos, a quiet joy that came from the simple act of being. The universe, once silent and still, was now a symphony of light and sound, a beautiful, ever-changing tapestry woven from the threads of the elements. The gods watched, their hearts full, knowing that they had set in motion something truly extraordinary. The cosmic egg had hatched, and from its fragile shell, a universe was born, a universe filled with light and darkness, with fire and water, with earth and air, with endless possibilities and the promise of everything that was yet to be. In the glow of the newly born universe, the gods stood before their creation, hearts brimming with pride and awe. But as they gazed upon the vastness of the elements swirling and mixing, they felt a longing to bring order to the boundless potential that lay before them. The universe was alive with the pulse of creation, but it was wild and untamed, like a song without a rhythm. They knew it needed structure, a design that would give shape to the formless and purpose to the endless possibilities. From the silent whispers of their hearts came the first idea, to divide the universe into realms, each with its own purpose, each governed by a god who would protect and nurture it. The god of light, his gaze gentle yet fierce, took the lead. With a sweep of his hand, he raised the first realm, heaven. It was a place of radiant beauty, high above everything else, where the light shone brightest and the stars danced in patterns too intricate to fathom. Heaven was a realm of peace and serenity, a sanctuary where the gods could rest and watch over their creation. Its skies were painted with colors never seen before, a never-ending sunset that filled the heart with warmth and wonder. Light turned to the others, and they felt his call, the invitation to shape their own domains. The goddess of the earth, with her gentle, nurturing spirit, stepped forward. She touched the swirling dust and stones, shaping them into mountains that kissed the heavens and valleys that cradled rivers. Earth was born from her hands, a realm rich with soil and stone, teeming with the promise of life. She crafted forests that whispered secrets in the breeze and plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. Earth was a place of grounding, where the seeds of life would one day take root and grow tall, reaching for the sky. It was a realm that felt like a heartbeat, strong and steady, filled with the warmth of home. Next, the god of oceans, whose eyes mirrored the depths of the seas, stepped forward. He took water into his grasp, and with a powerful surge, he shaped the vast, unending oceans. Waves rose and fell with a rhythm that echoed the ancient pulse of the universe. The oceans were his realm, a place of mystery and depth, where life could flourish in hidden corners and forgotten caves. He filled it with currents that danced to unseen songs and tides that whispered ancient lullabies. The ocean was alive with movement, a realm that held the secrets of the world within its depths, reflecting the sky above in a perfect, rippling mirror. Then came the goddess of the underworld, her presence quiet yet profound. She reached into the shadows, shaping a realm beneath all others, a place of rest and reflection. The underworld was not a place of fear, but of balance, where souls could find peace after their journeys. It was a realm shrouded in soft darkness, where gentle rivers carried the memories of those who had passed. The underworld was a sanctuary for the weary, a quiet, sacred place that honored the cycles of life and death. It was a realm of gentle embraces, of soft whispers that promised solace and understanding. The gods watched as each realm took shape, their hearts swelling with a deep sense of purpose. Each realm was beautiful, unique, yet perfectly connected to the others, like the threads of a grand tapestry. Heaven, earth, oceans, and the underworld, each one a piece of the universe's soul, each one vital to the whole. They were more than just places, they were homes, filled with the breath of creation, each governed by the gods who loved them deeply. As the realms settled into their places, the gods took their roles as their guardians. The god of light became the ruler of heaven, his glow touching every corner of his realm, keeping it vibrant and alive. He watched over the stars, guiding them in their dance, ensuring that their light never faded. His heart was filled with a quiet joy, knowing that he had created a place where dreams could be born and where hope would always shine. The goddess of the earth walked among her mountains and forests, feeling the heartbeat of her realm beneath her feet. She nurtured the land, coaxing life from the soil, watching as the first blades of grass reached towards the sun. She was the protector of all growing things, her touch gentle yet strong, her presence a constant reminder of the resilience and beauty of life. Every tree, every flower, every stream bore her mark, a testament to her love for the world she had shaped. The god of oceans, ever watchful, guided the tides and currents of his realm. He knew every creature that swam through his waters, every coral that bloomed in his depths. The ocean was his canvas, and he painted it with colors that shifted and changed with every passing moment. His realm was a place of endless discovery, where each wave carried a new story, each drop of water a new possibility. He was the guardian of mysteries, the keeper of secrets that whispered beneath the waves. In the quiet depths of the underworld, the goddess watched over the souls that found their way to her realm. She was a comforting presence, a guiding light in the shadows. She tended to the rivers that flowed through her domain, each one carrying the echoes of lives lived and loves lost. Her realm was a place of reflection, a sanctuary where the weary could rest and where the lost could find their way. She was the keeper of peace, the guardian of the quiet moments that came after the noise of life. Together, the gods stood in their realms, each one connected to the other by the bonds of creation. They had taken the wild, untamed universe and given it form, a structure that would hold all the beauty and wonder they had dreamed of. Heaven, earth, oceans, and the underworld, each realm a masterpiece, each one filled with the essence of the gods who had shaped them. The universe was no longer just a swirl of elements and energy, it was a home, a place where life could grow and thrive, where stories could be told, and where the light of creation would shine forever. In the silence that followed, the gods felt a profound sense of peace. They had brought balance to the chaos, order to the wildness. They had shaped the realms, and in doing so, they had shaped themselves. Each realm was a reflection of their hearts, a piece of their soul woven into the fabric of the universe. And as they stood in the glow of their creation, they knew that they had done something truly beautiful. The universe was whole, the realms were set, and the gods were ready to watch over the world they had brought into being. In the heart of the newborn universe, where the realms had just found their places, there came a need for guardians, beings who could control the wild elements that still surged with untamed power. The gods knew that the universe, with all its beauty and potential, needed protectors who could understand the raw forces of nature and guide them with wisdom and care. And so, from the very essence of the elements, the elemental gods were born, each one embodying the spirit of the force they would command. The first to rise was Ignis, the god of fire. He emerged from a burst of flame, his presence fierce and radiant, like the heart of a star. Ignis was all intensity and passion, his eyes glowing with an inner fire that never dimmed. He walked with the confidence of a roaring blaze, every step leaving sparks in his wake. His touch could bring warmth or destruction, a delicate balance that he held with a strong yet gentle hand. He ruled over every flicker of light, every dancing ember, and every blaze that lit up the night. He was the keeper of the hearth, the spark of creation, and the force that could forge new paths from the ashes of the old. Ignis had a spirit that was wild and untamed, but within him burned a deep sense of purpose. He knew that fire could be both a friend and a foe, a force of life and a harbinger of change. With every flame he touched, he poured his heart into creating a world that was vibrant and alive. He watched over the forests, ensuring that the cycle of growth and renewal continued, his flames clearing the way for new life to sprout. He danced with the sun, guiding its rays to warm the earth, to bring light to the darkest corners of the world. He was fierce, but his heart was kind, and he held his dominion with the care of a father watching over his children. From the deep blue of the ocean came Aqua, the goddess of water. She rose like a gentle wave, her form fluid and ever-changing. Aqua was calm and serene, but beneath her gentle surface lay the power of the deepest seas. She flowed with grace, her movements like the rhythm of the tides, constant and unyielding. Her voice was the soft murmur of a stream and the crashing roar of the waves, a melody that spoke of peace and fury, of gentle rains and relentless storms. Aqua was the life-giver, the one who nourished the land and quenched the thirst of every living thing. She was the cool touch on a fevered brow, the soothing rain after a long drought. Aqua's heart was vast and deep, like the ocean she ruled. She cared for every droplet, every river, every cloud that carried her essence across the sky. She was the protector of all that swam, the guardian of the waters that fed the earth and filled the air with mist. Her presence was a comfort, a reminder of the gentle embrace of a mother. But she could also be fierce, her waves crashing against the rocks, her storms raging with a power that could not be tamed. She understood the delicate balance of giving and taking, of calm and chaos, and she wielded her power with the wisdom of one who knows the depths of the heart. From the highest peaks and the solid ground came Terra, the goddess of earth. She was strong and steadfast, her form solid and unyielding like the mountains she called home. Terra's presence was a quiet strength, a grounding force that brought stability and peace. Her skin was the color of rich soil, her hair like the leaves of the tallest trees, her eyes reflecting the green of the valleys and the brown of the rocks. She was the mother of all that grew, the one who cradled the seeds and watched them blossom under the sun. Terra was the heartbeat of the land, the quiet hum that echoed through every stone and root. Terra was patient and enduring, her spirit as old as the hills. She watched over the forests, the plains, the deserts, and the mountains, her love for her realm unending. She nurtured every plant, every tree, every creature that called her domain home. She was the provider, the sustainer, the one who ensured that life could flourish on the land she held. Her strength was a comfort, a reminder that no matter the storms that raged, the earth would always remain solid and true. She moved with a quiet power, her steps gentle yet unbreakable, her presence a reminder of the enduring beauty of the natural world. Then there was Ventus, the god of air, who came like a whisper on the wind. Ventus was light and free, his form ever-changing like the breeze that danced through the trees. He was playful and mischievous, his laughter echoing in the rustle of leaves and the soft sigh of the wind. Ventus was everywhere and nowhere, a constant presence that could be felt but never held. His touch was gentle, a caress that lifted spirits and carried songs across the world. He was the breath of life, the gentle wind that cooled the brow, the fierce gust that cleared the way for new beginnings. Ventus was a traveler, never content to stay in one place for too long. He carried with him the sense of far-off places, the stories of lands unknown. He watched over the skies, guiding the birds in their flight, lifting the leaves in a playful dance. He was the bringer of change, the force that moved the clouds and carried the seeds of life to new lands. Ventus was the spirit of freedom, the reminder that life was meant to be lived with joy and wonder. He was light-hearted, but he understood the weight of his role, guiding the winds with a careful hand, ensuring that every breeze served its purpose. Together, the elemental gods stood as guardians of the universe, each one holding their dominion with pride and care. Ignis, Aqua, Terra, and Ventus, fire, water, earth, and air, each brought their unique touch to the world, their powers weaving together to create a balance that held the fabric of existence in place. They were more than just gods, they were the heartbeats of nature, the living embodiments of the elements that sustained life. Their spirits flowed through every flame, every drop of water, every stone, and every breeze, a constant reminder of the forces that shaped the world and the gods who loved it. The universe thrummed with their presence, a symphony of fire, water, earth, and air. The elemental gods were the keepers of nature, the guardians of the forces that gave life and beauty to the world. They were fierce and gentle, strong and soft, each one a reflection of the element they commanded. And as they stood in their realms, watching over the universe they had helped shape, they knew that their purpose was clear: to protect, to nurture, and to ensure that the beauty of creation would endure for all time. Before time began, the universe was a place where moments stretched infinitely, where past and future blurred into one endless now. The gods watched their realms, beautiful and boundless, but felt something was missing. Everything was still, like a painting that never changed. There was no sense of beginnings or endings, no rhythm or reason. The stars hung in place, the elements moved without purpose, and the very essence of life seemed to wait for something that had yet to be born. From the heart of this stillness, there came a stirring, a soft, rhythmic pulse that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was the birth of time, a force so powerful that it rippled through the fabric of the universe, bringing with it the first hint of change. This pulse grew stronger, echoing like a heartbeat that set everything into motion. And from this pulse emerged a figure, one who would shape the flow of eternity, Kronos, the god of time. Kronos stepped into existence, neither young nor old, a figure draped in robes that shimmered like the shifting sands of an hourglass. His eyes held the wisdom of 1,000 lifetimes, each blink a moment lost to the past or a glimpse of a future yet to come. Time flowed around him, a river of moments, each one precious and fleeting. He was both gentle and severe, his presence comforting yet filled with the weight of inevitability. He carried a staff, topped with a delicate, ever-turning hourglass, its grains of sand representing the endless march of seconds, minutes, and years. With his arrival, the universe began to change. Kronos raised his staff, and the sands of time began to fall, each grain marking the passing of moments. Suddenly, the stillness of the cosmos was replaced with movement. Stars flickered and flared, burning brightly before fading into the night. Planets began to spin, days turned into nights, and seasons began their eternal dance. Time had begun, and with it came the flow of life, growth, decay, and rebirth. The universe was no longer a static tableau, it was alive, pulsing with the rhythm of time's gentle but unyielding beat. Kronos walked through the realms, his presence felt in every breath, every heartbeat. He watched over the growth of trees, their leaves budding in spring, flourishing in summer, and falling in autumn. He saw mountains rise and crumble, rivers carve their paths through rock and soil, and the sun rise and set in a never-ending cycle. Time touched everything, giving life a direction, a sense of purpose. It was a gift, but it came with a price. For with the creation of time came the understanding that nothing lasted forever. Everything was part of a cycle, bound by the rules of beginnings and endings. The gods felt the change most profoundly. They were immortal, but even they were not immune to the flow of time. They saw their realms evolve, watched as the things they had created took on lives of their own, growing, changing, and sometimes fading away. It was both beautiful and bittersweet, this new world that was constantly moving forward, never stopping, never pausing to look back. Kronos was their guide through this new reality, his presence a reminder of the delicate balance between creation and destruction, between now and then. Yet, Kronos bore a heavy burden. He knew that his power was not just a gift, but a force that could shape destinies, forge futures, and end stories before they had a chance to be told. He was the keeper of all moments, the guardian of every heartbeat, every breath. He watched over the birth of stars and the death of giants, the rise of empires and their inevitable fall. He knew that every beginning was also the start of an end, and it weighed on him like an unending sorrow. There were moments when Kronos felt the loneliness of his role. Time flowed only one way, and while the other gods could move freely through their realms, he was bound to his path, unable to change the course of the river he controlled. He could see all possibilities, all outcomes, but he could never alter them. He watched as the first flowers bloomed and wilted, as creatures took their first breaths and their last. He knew every story that would ever be told, every joy and every sorrow that would ever be felt. His was a power that touched all, yet he could not reach out to hold the moments he cherished most. Still, Kronos held his place with a quiet dignity. He knew that time was a gift, even with its burdens. It was what gave meaning to the universe, what allowed for growth, for change, for the endless possibilities that came with each new day. He watched as life unfolded, each moment a brushstroke on the canvas of eternity. He saw the joy of first steps, the pain of final goodbyes, the quiet strength of those who endured. Time was a river that carried all things, and he was its silent guardian, watching over the flow, ensuring that it never stopped, never stagnated. As time moved forward, the gods began to understand the value of every fleeting moment. They saw the beauty in the cycles of life, in the rise and fall of all things. They learned to cherish the now, to find joy in the present even as they knew it would pass. Kronos watched them, a soft smile on his lips, knowing that in understanding time, they had come to understand a deeper truth about the universe and themselves. He saw the bonds they formed, the love they shared, the memories they made, and he knew that these were the true treasures of existence, the things that time could never take away. In the quiet moments, when the stars hung low in the sky and the world seemed to hold its breath, Kronos would pause and listen to the heartbeat of the universe. It was a sound that filled him with both sorrow and hope, a reminder that even as time moved on, the essence of life remained eternal. He held his staff tightly, feeling the weight of the hourglass that never stopped turning. He was the keeper of time, the weaver of moments, the silent witness to the endless flow of eternity. And though his role was filled with challenges, he found peace in the knowledge that he was part of something far greater than himself, a force that bound the universe together, one moment at a time. In the vast expanse of the universe, as time flowed and the realms settled into their places, a new need arose, one for balance between the forces of life and death. The universe thrummed with existence, with the rhythm of birth and growth, but there was a silence where endings and transitions should be. It was clear that the cycle of life could not be complete without the presence of deities who would oversee the delicate dance between beginnings and endings, between life's vibrant moments and the gentle embrace of the afterlife. From the heart of this need emerged two profound figures, the gods of life and death. Their arrival marked a new chapter in the universe's story, bringing with them the understanding and guardianship of the most sacred of cycles. First came Alicia, the goddess of life. She emerged like a burst of sunlight through the morning mist, her presence warm and radiant. Alicia was the embodiment of vitality and growth, her touch nurturing and her gaze filled with compassion. She was like the first bloom of spring, bringing life wherever she went. Her realm was a place of endless growth, where flowers bloomed in an eternal spring, where forests were always lush, and where every breath was filled with the promise of new beginnings. Alicia's hair flowed like a river of light, her eyes sparkled with the joy of creation, and her laughter echoed like the song of birds at dawn. Alicia was more than just a creator, she was the caretaker of every living thing. She tended to the fields where crops grew tall, she watched over the animals that roamed freely, and she encouraged every seed to push through the earth and reach for the sky. She was present in every heartbeat, in every breath of fresh air, in every moment of joy that life could bring. Her love was a gentle force, guiding life through its many stages, from the smallest insect to the grandest tree. Alicia was the hope that every sunrise carried, the promise of new possibilities that came with each new day. Alongside Alicia emerged Thaner, the god of death. His presence was both solemn and profound, like the stillness that follows a gentle snowfall. Thaner was not a figure of fear but of reverence, his role as essential as Alicia's. He wore a cloak of midnight, his eyes reflecting the quiet depths of the night sky. His realm was a place of calm and reflection, where the souls who had completed their earthly journeys found peace. It was a realm of soft twilight, where the colors were muted and the atmosphere was filled with a serene quiet. Thaner's domain was the passage between life and the afterlife. He guided souls with gentle care, helping them transition from the world of the living to the eternal rest that awaited them. His presence was a comfort, a promise that the end of one journey was just the beginning of another. He understood the weight of his role, the delicate balance between endings and new beginnings. He held the knowledge of countless lives and the wisdom of countless endings, and he carried this responsibility with a quiet dignity. Alicia and Thaner were connected by a bond that transcended their roles. They understood that life and death were two sides of the same coin, each one giving meaning to the other. Alicia's joy and vibrancy could not exist without Thaner's serene acceptance of the end. And so, they worked together, their realms intertwined in a delicate dance of creation and completion. Every birth in Alicia's realm was matched by a departure in Thaner's, every new beginning balanced by a respectful end. The gods watched as Alicia brought life into the world, her hands gently guiding the first breaths of newborns, her smile lighting up the faces of those who experienced the wonder of new beginnings. They saw her walk among the growing fields and the bustling forests, her presence a warm embrace that encouraged life to flourish. Her touch was gentle but firm, her influence felt in every moment of growth and vitality. Thaner, too, had his moments of profound connection. He was there to guide those who had lived their lives with grace and to help them find peace in their transition. He was present at the quiet moments of departure, his touch a soothing balm to those who were leaving their earthly bonds behind. His role was not to be feared, but to be understood as an essential part of the cycle of existence. He comforted those who mourned, offering them the knowledge that their loved ones had found peace and that their journey was part of a larger, eternal rhythm. Together, Alicia and Thaner created a universe that was both vibrant and profound. They understood that life and death were not opposites but interconnected forces that shaped the world. Alicia's realm was filled with the exuberance of life, with every color and sound a celebration of existence. Thaner's realm, while quieter, was no less important, offering solace and reflection in the quiet spaces between breaths. The gods found a new understanding in this balance, a deeper appreciation for the cycles that governed their universe. They saw how Alicia's light and Thaner's darkness were not in conflict, but in harmony, each one completing the other. They realized that life's beauty was enhanced by the knowledge that every moment was fleeting, that every beginning would eventually lead to an end, and that every end was simply a part of a greater, never-ending cycle. In this profound realization, the gods learned to cherish every moment, to find joy in every breath, and to accept the inevitable with grace and reverence. Alicia and Thaner were the guardians of this understanding, their realms a testament to the beauty of the eternal dance between life and death. And as they watched over their creation, they knew that they had created something truly beautiful, a universe where every moment was a precious gift, every ending a new beginning, and every breath a part of the grand, endless cycle of existence. In the silence of the universe, where the blackness of space stretched out endlessly, a new chapter of creation was about to unfold. The heavens needed light, direction, and beauty to transform them from an expanse of emptiness into a vibrant tapestry of stars and celestial wonders. It was time for the cosmos to be illuminated, to be marked by the presence of stars, moons, and planets. With this purpose in mind, the gods set about creating the celestial bodies that would forever adorn the night sky. From the void emerged the celestial gods, each one embodying the essence of a star or planet, bringing a unique presence to the cosmos. Their creation was a magnificent spectacle, a symphony of light and form that transformed the universe from a dark canvas into a dazzling masterpiece. The first to step into the light was Astron, the god of stars. He appeared like a brilliant flash, his form radiant and shining with the intensity of 1,000 suns. Astron was the master of all that glittered in the night sky. His realm was a vast expanse of twinkling stars, each one a spark of his divine essence. With a wave of his hand, he set the stars into their places, creating constellations that would guide travelers and inspire dreamers. Astron's presence was both powerful and gentle. His light was a beacon in the darkness, a reminder that even in the vast emptiness of space, beauty and hope could be found. Each star that Astron placed in the sky had its own story, its own light that shone with a unique brilliance. Some were fierce and burning with intensity, while others were soft and gentle, casting a calm glow over the night. Astron's creation was not just about lighting the heavens, but about giving each star a place in the grand design of the universe. His work was a dance of light and shadow, a testament to the infinite possibilities that the cosmos held. Next came Selene, the goddess of the moon. She emerged from the soft light of dusk, her form graceful and serene. Selene was the keeper of the moon's gentle glow, her presence a soothing balm to the sharp brilliance of the stars. Her realm was a silvery expanse, where the moon waxed and waned in its eternal cycle. She shaped the moon's surface, creating craters and seas, casting a light that guided those who wandered under her watchful gaze. Selene's touch was delicate, her light a tender caress that bathed the world in a calm, silvery sheen. Selene was the goddess of night and dreams, her influence felt in the quiet moments when the world was bathed in moonlight. Her cycles marked the passage of time, from the new moon's promise to the full moon's culmination. She watched over the tides, the ebb and flow of the seas responding to her gentle pull. Selene's presence was a reminder of the beauty that could be found in the quiet, the gentle moments that brought peace to the soul. The gods also called upon Gaia, the goddess of planets. She came into being with the majesty of a rolling planet, her form embodying the diverse beauty of worlds both near and far. Gaia was the mother of all planetary bodies, her realm filled with the majestic orbs that spun in their celestial dance. She shaped each planet, creating their landscapes, atmospheres, and unique characteristics. From fiery worlds to icy spheres, Gaia's touch brought variety and wonder to the cosmic stage. Gaia's influence was seen in every turn of a planet, every orbit that carried a world through space. She watched over the formation of planets, ensuring that each one had its own place in the grand design. Her realms were filled with the colors and textures of countless worlds, from the rich greens of lush forests to the stark whites of frozen tundras. Gaia's work was a celebration of diversity, a testament to the infinite beauty of creation. Finally, there was Solaris, the god of the sun. His arrival was like the dawn breaking over the horizon, his form a blazing light that filled the universe with warmth and energy. Solaris was the guardian of the sun, the force that brought light to the world and fueled the cycles of life. His presence was a constant source of energy, his rays a reminder of the vitality that sustained all things. Solaris's realm was a radiant sphere of fire and light, a dynamic force that kept the universe in motion. Solaris's influence was felt in every sunrise and sunset, his light a constant companion to the cycle of day and night. He was the source of warmth that allowed life to thrive, his presence a vital force that drove the seasons and the rhythms of the natural world. Solaris's power was immense, but it was also nurturing, a force that both gave life and sustained it. The pantheon of stars and celestial bodies was a breathtaking addition to the universe, a magnificent display of light and form that transformed the cosmos. Each deity brought their unique essence to the heavens, creating a dynamic and beautiful expanse that captivated all who gazed upon it. Astron's stars glittered with endless possibilities, Selene's moon offered serenity and guidance, Gaia's planets showcased a wondrous diversity, and Solaris's sun provided warmth and energy. Together, these deities created a celestial tapestry that was both beautiful and meaningful. The stars and planets danced in their orbits, the moon's glow marked the passage of time, and the sun's light sustained all life. The universe was no longer just a dark void but a vibrant, living work of art, filled with the brilliance of the celestial gods and their wondrous creations. In the ancient void where creation began, two new gods were born, each destined to play a crucial role in the cosmic dance of day and night. Their emergence was not just a birth, but a powerful declaration of balance and contrast. One was the sun god, radiant and fierce, and the other, the moon goddess, serene and mysterious. Their story was one of both rivalry and partnership, a tale that would shape the very fabric of existence. The sun god, known as Solon, was a force of blazing brilliance. From the moment of his creation, he was a beacon of energy and light. His presence was like a sunrise that swept across the dark sky, bringing warmth and life to everything it touched. Solon was not merely a god, he was the embodiment of the sun itself, his essence intertwined with its fiery brilliance. His realm was an ever-glowing sphere, a sun that never set, filled with the intense heat and light that drove the universe's cycles. Solon's form was both awe-inspiring and overwhelming. His skin radiated with the heat of 1,000 suns, his eyes sparkled with the intensity of solar flares, and his voice thundered like the roar of the sun's energy. He moved with purpose, his presence a constant reminder of the power of light and the vitality that it brought to all life. Wherever Solon traveled, he left a trail of golden light, warming the cold and giving life to the dormant seeds beneath the earth. In contrast, the moon goddess, Lyria, was a figure of calm and elegance. Her creation was like the gentle glow of twilight, soothing and mysterious. Lyria was the keeper of the moon's phases, her realm a tranquil expanse of silver and shadow. Her touch was delicate, her light soft and soothing, casting a serene glow over the world as it moved through its cycles. Lyria's beauty was ethereal, her presence a balm to the fierce energy of Solon. Lyria's form was graceful and fluid, her movements as gentle as a moonlit breeze. Her eyes reflected the calm depths of the night sky, and her voice was like a soft lullaby, calming and nurturing. She wore a gown that shimmered with the soft light of the moon, and her aura brought peace to all who were bathed in her glow. Her domain was a realm of gentle silvers and soft blues, a counterbalance to Solon's intense brilliance. The relationship between Solon and Lyria was as dynamic as their realms. Their stories were filled with both harmony and conflict, reflecting the natural ebb and flow between day and night. Solon's light was a powerful force, and his presence often overshadowed the gentler light of Lyria's moon. In response, Lyria's influence was a soothing touch to Solon's intensity, bringing balance to the cosmic dance. One tale spoke of their eternal chase. Solon and Lyria were said to race across the sky, their paths crossing and diverging in a celestial ballet. Every day, Solon would rise, casting his blazing light over the world, only for Lyria to follow with her gentle glow as night fell. Their paths were intertwined, a beautiful but sometimes tense relationship. Solon's heat and Lyria's coolness created a dance of light and shadow, a constant interplay that defined the passage of time. There were times when their rivalry would flare. Solon, with his powerful energy, would challenge Lyria's quiet elegance. Their clashes would be felt in the shifting seasons, the changing tides, and the fluctuating moods of the earth. Solon's intensity would drive away the darkness, but Lyria's calm would always return, bringing the world back into balance. Their struggle was not one of animosity but of natural forces seeking equilibrium. Yet, despite their occasional conflicts, Solon and Lyria were bound by a deep and unspoken bond. Their separation marked the cycle of day and night, each one bringing a necessary balance to the world. The world could not thrive under constant daylight, just as it could not endure an endless night. Solon's fiery presence brought energy and growth, while Lyria's serene light provided rest and reflection. Together, they created a harmonious cycle that gave rhythm to the universe. Their partnership was also reflected in their mutual respect. Solon recognized the importance of Lyria's calm, understanding that her gentle light was essential for the world's well-being. Similarly, Lyria appreciated the warmth and life-giving energy that Solon provided, knowing that his light was crucial for the vitality of all living things. Their roles were different but complementary, each one crucial to the balance of the cosmos. In their stories, Solon and Lyria were more than just gods, they were symbols of the natural order, embodying the balance between opposing forces. Their dance across the sky was a testament to the beauty of contrast and the necessity of balance. They taught the world that light and darkness, day and night, were not merely opposing forces but interwoven aspects of a greater whole. As Solon's light faded and Lyria's moon took her place in the sky, the world would be bathed in a gentle glow, a reminder of the eternal dance between these two powerful deities. Their relationship was a dynamic interplay of energy and tranquility, rivalry and partnership, a celestial ballet that defined the rhythm of existence. Through their dance, they created a world where every sunrise and sunset, every moonrise and twilight, was a celebration of their eternal bond and the beauty of balance. In the ancient stillness of the universe, where time itself was young and unformed, the gods faced a grand task: to give shape and rhythm to the cosmos. It was not enough for the stars to shine and the planets to orbit. The gods knew that the universe needed a sense of flow, a pattern that would guide the passage of time and mark the changing moments of existence. So they set about creating the cycles of day and night, the seasons, and the calendar, a plan that would forever shape the lives of all beings. The task began with the creation of day and night. Solon, the radiant sun god, was entrusted with this monumental job. He crafted the day with his fiery brilliance, his light spreading across the sky like a golden brush painting the world anew each morning. His rise was a dramatic display of color and warmth, casting away the shadows of night and filling the world with life and energy. Solon's presence was a powerful reminder of the sun's role in nurturing growth and vitality. As Solon's light reached its zenith, the world basked in the full strength of his rays. But as the day progressed, Solon knew it was time for Lyria, the moon goddess, to take her turn. With grace and tranquility, Lyria emerged from the horizon, her presence a gentle counterpoint to Solon's fierce light. She drew the curtain of night across the sky, her silvery glow a soft embrace that welcomed the quiet and rest. Lyria's arrival was a soothing balm to the day's intensity, her calm light guiding the world through the darkness until Solon would rise again. The cycle of day and night was a dance of balance and harmony, a beautiful interplay between light and dark. This rhythm marked the passage of time, giving structure to the world's daily existence. Each sunrise and sunset became a moment of renewal and rest, a reminder of the eternal cycle that governed the universe. With day and night established, the gods turned their attention to the seasons. Gaia, the goddess of planets, took on the task of creating the cycles that would define the changing times of the year. She crafted the seasons with care, each one a distinct phase in the cosmic rhythm. Spring, with its vibrant colors and new life, was a time of rebirth and growth. Summer followed, a period of warmth and abundance, where the world flourished under the sun's intense heat. Autumn came next, a time of transformation and harvest. The leaves turned brilliant shades of red and gold, falling gently to the ground as the world prepared for the quieter days of winter. Winter arrived with a peaceful stillness, blanketing the world in snow and bringing a time of rest and reflection. Gaia's seasons were a testament to the beauty of change, each one flowing seamlessly into the next, marking the passage of time with grace and elegance. The gods knew that the cycles of day, night, and the seasons needed to be organized into a calendar to help the beings of the world keep track of time. Kronos, the god of time, took on the task of crafting this intricate system. He created a calendar that divided the year into months and weeks, each one a segment of the larger cycle. Kronos' calendar was a tool that helped all beings understand the passage of time, marking the rhythm of life and the changing seasons. Kronos' creation was a marvel of precision and beauty. Each month reflected a different phase in the cycle, from the rebirth of spring to the quiet stillness of winter. The weeks were organized into days, each one a smaller part of the larger rhythm. The calendar became a guide, a map of time that helped beings navigate the cycles of day and night, the changing seasons, and the progression of the year. As the calendar took shape, it became a symbol of the gods' gift to the world, a way to track the passage of time and honor the cycles that governed existence. It was a reminder of the gods' presence and their influence on the rhythm of life. The calendar marked the seasons, the phases of the moon, and the progression of the year, allowing beings to plan, celebrate, and reflect in harmony with the natural world. The creation of the cycles of day and night, the seasons, and the calendar was a profound act of order and beauty. It brought structure to the universe, guiding the flow of time and marking the changing moments of existence. The gods' work created a sense of rhythm and balance, a dance of light and dark, growth and rest, that shaped the lives of all beings. Solon's radiant days and Lyria's serene nights formed a perfect harmony, while Gaia's seasons offered a cycle of transformation and renewal. Kronos' calendar provided a framework for understanding this rhythm, a tool to navigate the passage of time. Together, these elements created a universe where time flowed with grace and purpose, where each moment was a part of a grand, beautiful design. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where time stretched endlessly, the gods had crafted a masterpiece of rhythm and balance. The cycles of day and night, the changing seasons, and the calendar became a testament to their divine creativity, shaping the world with a sense of order and beauty that would endure through the ages. In the vast, newborn cosmos, the gods faced a monumental challenge: to establish the laws that would govern their creation. The universe, a stunning expanse of stars and planets, needed structure and order. Without rules to guide it, the beauty of creation could quickly become chaos. The gods gathered, each one preparing to contribute their wisdom and power to set the fundamental laws of nature, physics, and magic that would shape the cosmos. First came the laws of nature, the rules that would dictate how the world and all its creatures functioned. Gaia, the goddess of planets, took the lead in this effort. She wove the laws of nature into the fabric of existence, ensuring that the elements of earth, air, fire, and water interacted in harmony. She decreed that fire would bring warmth and light, but it could also burn, water would nourish life, yet it could also flood, earth would provide shelter and sustenance, but could also quake, and air would carry breath and sound, but could also stir storms. Gaia's laws were gentle yet firm, a balance between creation and destruction. Her rules ensured that life could flourish, but also that it would be challenged and changed by the forces around it. Her touch was like a mother's hand guiding her children, ensuring that each element played its role in the grand tapestry of life. Next, the gods turned their attention to the laws of physics, the rules that would govern the movement and behavior of matter and energy. Kronos, the god of time, took charge of this aspect. He established the principles of motion and gravity, the forces that would keep the planets in orbit around the stars and dictate how objects would interact with each other. Kronos' laws were precise and exact, a reflection of his understanding of time's flow. He created the gravitational pull that kept the planets bound to their stars, and the momentum that allowed them to travel through space. His rules governed the orbits of celestial bodies, the cycles of day and night, and the passage of time itself. His work was a masterpiece of order, ensuring that the universe operated with a sense of rhythm and consistency. As the laws of nature and physics were set, the gods turned to the laws of magic. Magic was the most mysterious and enchanting of all forces, and it required a careful hand to shape. The god of magic, known as Ymir, stepped forward. Ymir was a being of shimmering light and shadows, a master of the arcane arts who understood the delicate balance needed to wield magical power. Ymir crafted the rules of magic with a sense of wonder and caution. She decreed that magic could alter reality, but it must be used with care and respect. She set limits on its power, ensuring that while magic could bring forth great wonders, it could also have unintended consequences if wielded recklessly. Ymir's laws were a blend of freedom and restraint, allowing for creativity and transformation while maintaining the stability of the universe. The gods also established the laws that would govern the interactions between the natural world and magic. They decided that magic would be intertwined with the elements of nature, enhancing their properties but not overriding the fundamental laws that Gaia had set. For example, a spell could summon rain, but it would not be able to create a flood beyond the natural balance. Magic could heal, but it could not defy the natural cycle of life and death. These laws created a universe where magic and nature coexisted in harmony. The forces of nature would follow their own rules, while magic would enhance and interact with them, creating a world of endless possibilities and wonder. The gods had created a framework where the natural world could thrive, where the laws of physics ensured stability and order, and where magic could add its own touch of enchantment without disrupting the balance. The process of establishing these laws was both awe-inspiring and humbling. The gods worked together, each contributing their unique perspective and power. Their efforts were a testament to their wisdom and foresight, creating a universe that was both beautiful and orderly. The laws they set were not merely rules, but the essence of existence itself, guiding every aspect of the cosmos. In the end, the universe was a living, breathing masterpiece, governed by laws that balanced creativity with stability. The natural world flowed with the rhythms of Gaia's elements, the celestial bodies moved with Kronos' precision, and magic danced within the boundaries set by Inara. Each law was a note in the grand symphony of existence, creating a harmony that allowed the universe to flourish. The gods watched as their creation took shape, their hearts filled with a deep sense of satisfaction. The universe was now a place of wonder and order, a testament to their divine wisdom. The laws they had established were more than just rules, they were the heartbeat of creation, ensuring that the cosmos would continue to evolve and thrive for eons to come. In the heart of creation, after the universe had taken shape and the celestial bodies spun their eternal dance, a new chapter began. The gods, who had shaped the cosmos with their divine hands, turned their attention to a new task, the creation of mortal beings. They wanted to fill the world with creatures who could experience the beauty of their creation, beings who could wonder, love, and live. This was a moment of profound significance, as the gods prepared to bring life to their grand design. At the dawn of this new era, the gods gathered to discuss their vision for mortals. They envisioned beings who would walk upon the earth, swim in the oceans, and soar through the skies. Their intention was not merely to populate the world, but to create life that could appreciate the marvels of existence, beings who could become a part of the grand tapestry of creation. The gods wanted these beings to have the freedom to experience joy, sorrow, growth, and change. From their collective vision sprang the first humans, giants, and mythical creatures. Each type of being was crafted with care, reflecting the unique aspects of the gods' desires and attributes. The first humans were fashioned with great reverence. The gods shaped them from the very elements of the earth, blending the rich soil with the breath of the divine. Their bodies were strong, their spirits vibrant. The gods imbued them with intelligence and curiosity, a spark that would drive them to explore, learn, and build. As they breathed life into the first humans, the gods watched with anticipation, seeing in them the potential to cherish and nurture the world they had created. These early humans were gifted with a sense of wonder and creativity. They marveled at the beauty of the stars, the warmth of the sun, and the gentle touch of the moon. They were given the ability to love and dream, to forge connections and build communities. The gods hoped that these first humans would live in harmony with the world, using their gifts to enrich their lives and the lives of others. Alongside humans, the gods created giants, mighty beings of immense strength and stature. The giants were crafted from the raw, untamed forces of nature, embodying the power and grandeur of the earth. They were designed to be guardians of the natural world, their immense size and strength enabling them to shape mountains, control rivers, and protect the land. The giants were both awe-inspiring and formidable, their presence a reminder of the primal forces that lay at the heart of creation. The gods also introduced mythical creatures into the world, beings of extraordinary beauty and wonder. These creatures were born from the magic that flowed through the cosmos, each one a unique blend of the divine and the fantastical. There were majestic dragons with scales that shimmered like the night sky, graceful phoenixes whose fiery plumage symbolized rebirth, and wise unicorns whose horns could heal and bring purity. These mythical beings were intended to inspire awe and wonder, serving as symbols of the divine magic that permeated the universe. As these beings came to life, the gods watched with a mix of pride and hope. They saw the first humans begin to explore their world, the giants move mountains and shape landscapes, and the mythical creatures soar through the skies and forests. Each creation was a testament to the gods' vision and craftsmanship, a reflection of their desire to fill the universe with life and beauty. The interaction between mortals and their world was a dance of discovery and growth. Humans began to cultivate the land, build shelters, and create art. They formed communities and developed cultures, each one a unique expression of their experiences and dreams. The giants roamed the earth, their presence a powerful reminder of the natural forces that shaped the world. The mythical creatures became legends and symbols, their stories weaving into the fabric of mortal life. The gods' intention was clear. They wanted these beings to experience the fullness of life, to engage with the world and each other in meaningful ways. They wished for mortals to find joy in their creation, to face challenges with courage, and to cherish the beauty of the universe. The gods hoped that through their experiences, the first humans, giants, and mythical creatures would come to understand and appreciate the grand design of creation. In their hearts, the gods felt a profound sense of fulfillment as they looked upon their creations. The universe was no longer an empty expanse, but a vibrant tapestry of life, each thread woven with care and purpose. The first mortals, with their capacity for wonder and growth, represented the potential of creation itself. The giants and mythical creatures added depth and grandeur to the world, embodying the divine forces that shaped the cosmos. As the first moments of existence unfolded, the gods watched with a mixture of anticipation and joy. Their creation was alive with possibilities, a world where each being could explore, dream, and live. The universe had come to life, and the gods, in their divine wisdom, knew that this was only the beginning of a grand and beautiful story. In the nascent cosmos, a new chapter unfolded as the gods faced the task of organizing their divine world. The universe, now teeming with life and governed by cosmic laws, required a structure that would ensure harmony and order among the deities themselves. This was a momentous occasion, the establishment of a divine hierarchy and the formation of a council that would guide and oversee the unfolding of creation. At the heart of this monumental task was the need to create a system of leadership and collaboration among the gods. The vast array of divine beings, each possessing unique powers and responsibilities, needed a way to work together effectively. Thus, the gods gathered to establish a hierarchy that would reflect their roles and the importance of their contributions to the universe. The gods convened in a majestic and sacred space, where the fabric of reality itself seemed to shimmer with anticipation. The setting was a place of profound beauty, where light and shadow danced in harmonious balance. This was a place where the divine met the ethereal, a fitting backdrop for the creation of the divine order. At the summit of this hierarchy stood the supreme deity, the first among equals, who would act as the guiding force and ultimate authority. This deity, embodying the essence of creation and order, was chosen to oversee the entire divine assembly. Their role was to ensure that the laws of the universe were upheld and that the various realms and beings operated in harmony. Beneath the supreme deity, the council was formed, consisting of the most powerful and influential gods. Each member of the council was assigned a specific domain, reflecting their unique attributes and responsibilities. There was Gaia, the goddess of planets, who would oversee the natural world and ensure its balance. Solon, the sun god, was given the role of guiding the cycles of day and night. Lyria, the moon goddess, would complement Solon's efforts, bringing wisdom and tranquility to the night. The council also included Inara, the god of magic, who would oversee the mystical forces that flowed through the universe. Kronos, the god of time, was tasked with ensuring the smooth progression of time and maintaining the cycles established by the gods. Each deity brought their unique perspective and expertise to the council, contributing to a well-rounded and effective leadership structure. This divine hierarchy was not merely a system of authority but a reflection of the gods' deep respect for each other's roles and powers. The council operated on principles of collaboration and mutual respect. Decisions were made through discussions and consensus, with each deity's voice and perspective valued equally. The gods understood that their strength lay in unity and cooperation, and they worked diligently to foster an environment of harmony. The council met regularly, their gatherings a blend of solemnity and reverence. In these meetings, they would discuss matters of cosmic importance, from the balance of nature to the management of magical forces. They addressed challenges and opportunities, ensuring that the universe remained in a state of order and growth. The discussions were marked by a profound sense of responsibility, as they understood the weight of their decisions on the lives of countless beings. The formation of this divine hierarchy was a moment of great significance. It marked the establishment of a structured approach to governance and oversight in the universe. The gods, with their immense powers and wisdom, had created a system that would guide their actions and ensure the well-being of creation. The hierarchy was a testament to their commitment to maintaining balance and harmony, both among themselves and in the broader universe. As the council carried out their duties, the divine hierarchy became a symbol of order and unity. It was a living embodiment of the gods' shared vision for the universe, a framework through which they could channel their energies and guide the unfolding of creation. The council's decisions shaped the cosmos, influencing everything from the cycles of nature to the flow of magical forces. In their roles, the gods worked tirelessly to uphold the principles of their divine hierarchy. They collaborated with one another, addressing challenges and seizing opportunities to enhance the universe. Their efforts ensured that creation continued to flourish, guided by the wisdom and authority of the council. The establishment of the divine hierarchy and the council of gods was more than just an organizational structure. It was a reflection of the gods' deep sense of purpose and their commitment to maintaining the beauty and order of the universe. Each deity, in their role and within the hierarchy, contributed to a grand tapestry of existence, working together to ensure that the cosmos remained a place of wonder and harmony. In the grand expanse of the cosmos, where the threads of creation wove together into a breathtaking tapestry, the gods established their own magnificent abodes, great divine cities and temples that shone like beacons across their realms. These sacred places were not just homes for the gods, but reflections of their divine essence, each one a marvel of celestial architecture and wonder. The city of Celestia, home to the supreme deity, was a place of unrivaled splendor. Rising from the highest peaks of the heavenly realm, it was a city of radiant light and ethereal beauty. Its streets were paved with shimmering stones that sparkled like stars, and its towers reached towards the heavens, their spires touching the very edge of the sky. Celestia's buildings were crafted from pure, luminescent crystal, reflecting the divine light that bathed the city in a warm, golden glow. At the heart of Celestia stood the Grand Temple, a structure of breathtaking magnificence. Its towering columns were adorned with intricate carvings of celestial scenes, depicting the creation of the universe and the grand deeds of the gods. The temple's roof was a mosaic of celestial constellations, each star inlaid with precious gems that sparkled like tiny stars. Here, the supreme deity held court, surrounded by the council of gods, their decisions shaping the fate of the cosmos. The temple was a place of reverence and awe, where the divine presence was palpable, and every visitor felt the weight of the eternal. In the realm of the earth, Gaia, the goddess of planets, created her own wondrous city. This city, known as Terra Flora, was a living testament to the beauty and power of nature. The buildings in Terra Flora were crafted from the living wood of ancient trees, their branches intertwining to form homes and halls. Vines and flowers adorned every surface, creating a tapestry of color and life that changed with the seasons. Terra Flora's streets were lined with flowering trees and tranquil streams, their gentle murmur adding to the city's serene atmosphere. The central temple in Terra Flora, the verdant sanctuary, was a grand structure built around a massive, ancient tree. Its roots stretched deep into the earth, and its branches reached high into the sky, forming a natural cathedral. The temple's interior was bathed in dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy, casting a warm, green glow over everything. Here, Gaia communed with the forces of nature, overseeing the balance of the earth and ensuring the harmony of all living things. In the celestial realm of the sun, Solon's city, Solaris, was a blazing beacon of light and warmth. The city's architecture was inspired by the sun's radiance, with buildings crafted from gold and silver that reflected the sun's light in dazzling patterns. Solaris was a city of eternal daylight, its streets bathed in a warm, golden glow that never wavered. The Great Sun Temple stood at the city's heart, a colossal structure with a dome that shimmered like the surface of the sun. Here, Solon presided over the cycles of day and night, ensuring that the sun's light reached every corner of the universe. In the tranquil realm of the moon, Lyria's city, Lunaris, was a place of serene beauty and gentle illumination. The city was built from soft, moonstone-like material that glowed with a cool, silvery light. Lunaris streets were lined with glowing orbs that floated gently above the ground, casting a soothing light over the city. The Moon Temple, nestled among tranquil gardens and serene pools, was a place of reflection and calm. Its walls were adorned with scenes of the night sky, and its central altar was a pool of crystal-clear water that mirrored the moon's glow. Here, Lyria guided the cycles of the moon and brought wisdom and peace to the cosmos. The city of Arcadia, home to Inara, the god of magic, was a realm of enchantment and wonder. Arcadia was a city where magic flowed freely, its buildings crafted from shimmering, enchanted materials that changed color and form according to the whims of the gods. The Great Hall of Enchantment was the focal point of the city, a grand palace filled with floating orbs of light and spellbound fountains. Here, Inara wove the threads of magic that connected the universe, her presence a source of awe and inspiration. Kronos, the god of time, resided in the city of Temperus, a place where time itself seemed to bend and flow. Temperus was a city of intricate clocks and timepieces, its architecture designed to reflect the passage of time. The Grand Clock Tower, at the heart of the city, stood as a monumental symbol of Kronos' control over time. Its gears and mechanisms moved with a rhythmic precision, ensuring that the cycles of time flowed smoothly across the universe. Each divine city and temple was a masterpiece, reflecting the unique attributes and powers of the gods who resided there. These sacred places were not just homes, but symbols of the divine presence and influence that shaped the cosmos. They were beacons of light and wonder, each one a testament to the beauty and majesty of the divine realm. The gods' cities and temples stood as a reminder of the intricate balance and harmony that governed the universe, a living testament to the grandeur of creation and the eternal presence of the divine. In the heart of the divine forge, where the essence of creation mingled with the raw power of the cosmos, the gods set about crafting tools and artifacts of extraordinary might. These were not mere objects, but symbols of divine authority, each one infused with the essence of a god's power and purpose. Their creation was a momentous event, filled with awe and wonder, as these artifacts would shape the fate of both gods and mortals alike. At the dawn of this sacred task, the gods gathered in the celestial forge, a place of blazing light and profound energy. Here, the raw materials of the universe, cosmic dust, starfire, and elements drawn from the very fabric of existence, were transformed into wondrous creations. Each artifact was crafted with intention and care, its power a reflection of the divine will that shaped it. One of the most revered artifacts was the Aegis shield, a creation of immense protection and strength. Forged from the heart of a fallen star, the shield was imbued with the power to deflect any attack and shield its bearer from harm. It gleamed with a radiant light, its surface reflecting the celestial light of the heavens. This shield was not only a tool of defense, but a symbol of the divine guardianship that watched over the cosmos. The gods also created the Scepter of Eternity, a staff of incredible power that could command the forces of the universe. This scepter was adorned with jewels that contained the essence of time, space, and magic. It was said that with a single wave of the scepter, its wielder could alter the flow of time, summon cosmic storms, or bend reality itself. The Scepter of Eternity became a symbol of authority and control, wielded by those who governed the universe's most critical aspects. Among the artifacts of creation was the celestial harp, an instrument of divine harmony. Crafted from the branches of the world tree and strung with threads of stardust, the harp had the power to weave melodies that resonated with the very essence of existence. When played, the celestial harp could heal wounds, calm storms, and bring peace to troubled hearts. It was a reminder of the power of music and harmony in the cosmic order. In the forge's blazing depths, the gods created the thunderbolt of the gods, a weapon of immense power and destruction. This thunderbolt, forged from the lightning of the celestial storms, crackled with electric energy. It was a weapon of justice and retribution, used to vanquish evil and protect the righteous. Its crackling energy was both a warning and a promise that the gods' power was as boundless as the skies and as fierce as the storms. Equally important were the wishing stones, small, glowing gems that held the power to grant the desires of those who possessed them. Each stone was a fragment of the divine essence, capable of bending reality to fulfill the wishes of its bearer. They were a reminder of the gods' ability to shape destinies and bring about change, bridging the gap between mortal hopes and divine will. The gods also crafted the Mirror of Truth, an artifact that reflected not only the physical appearance but the true nature of those who gazed into it. This mirror was a powerful tool for revealing hidden intentions and uncovering the essence of one's character. It served as a reminder that truth and honesty were fundamental to the cosmic order, and that the divine gaze saw beyond mere appearances. Among the most cherished artifacts was the Tome of Creation, a book containing the secrets of the universe and the spells that shaped reality. Its pages, written in a script of pure light, held the knowledge of the gods and the power to create or destroy worlds. The tome was both a record of the divine will and a guide for those who sought to understand the mysteries of existence. These divine tools and artifacts were more than just objects, they were extensions of the gods' will and power. They represented the deep connection between the divine and mortal realms, bridging the gap between what was possible and what was beyond comprehension. Each artifact carried with it a legacy of creation, protection, and transformation, shaping the fate of the cosmos and the lives of those who wielded them. The creation of these sacred tools was a profound moment in the divine narrative. It was a testament to the gods' commitment to order, balance, and justice in the universe. The artifacts, with their beauty and power, served as reminders of the gods' eternal presence and their role in guiding and protecting creation. Through these divine creations, the gods left their mark on the cosmos, ensuring that their influence would resonate throughout the ages. In the grand tapestry of creation, the gods of wisdom and knowledge were the weavers of human progress, the beacons guiding the way to enlightenment and understanding. Their presence was not just a whisper in the winds of time, but a profound force shaping the course of civilization. Through their influence, they gifted mortals with the tools to unlock the mysteries of the universe and the power to transform their world. At the heart of this divine assembly was Athene, the goddess of wisdom. She was a figure of serene intelligence, her eyes always observing, her mind always calculating the patterns of existence. Athene's presence was like a gentle breeze that carried the scent of knowledge and insight. She was often depicted with a scroll in hand, symbolizing the endless reservoir of wisdom she offered. Her teachings were not mere lessons, but profound revelations that illuminated the darkest corners of ignorance. Athene's influence on civilization was profound. She inspired great thinkers and scholars, her guidance leading to the birth of philosophies and innovations that shaped societies. In her name, libraries were built, filled with scrolls and manuscripts that held the secrets of the cosmos. Her gift was not just knowledge, but the power to question, to seek, and to discover. She was the light that dispelled the shadows of doubt, leading humanity towards a future brimming with possibilities. Beside Athene stood Hermes, the god of knowledge and innovation. Hermes was a figure of boundless energy and creativity, always on the move, always exploring new ideas. His symbols were the winged sandals and the caduceus, signifying his role as a messenger and a bringer of inventive solutions. Hermes' presence was a spark of inspiration, igniting the flames of curiosity and ingenuity in the hearts of mortals. Hermes was the god who inspired inventors and explorers, those who dared to dream beyond the horizon. He guided the creation of tools and technologies, turning imaginative concepts into practical realities. Under his influence, civilizations flourished with innovations that changed the way people lived and worked. From the wheel to the written word, Hermes' gifts were the catalysts of progress, transforming the world into a place of wonder and discovery. In the realm of celestial knowledge, there was also Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory and records. Mnemosyne was a figure of immense grace and depth, her presence a reminder of the importance of preserving knowledge. She was often depicted with a book of records, her eyes reflecting the vast expanse of history and memory. Her role was crucial in ensuring that the achievements and lessons of the past were not lost, but were passed down through generations. Mnemosyne's influence was felt in the annals of history, where the stories of heroes and the lessons of ages were recorded and remembered. Her gift was the power to recall and learn from the past, ensuring that each generation could build upon the knowledge of those who came before. Her presence was a comforting assurance that the wisdom of the ancients was always within reach, guiding and informing the choices of the present. Together, Athene, Hermes, and Mnemosyne formed a triumvirate of divine wisdom that shaped the course of human civilization. Their influence was seen in every leap of understanding, every breakthrough in thought and technology. They were the architects of human progress, their gifts empowering mortals to reach beyond the limits of their understanding and achieve greatness. Their presence was a reminder that wisdom and knowledge were not just abstract concepts, but vital forces that drove the evolution of societies. They inspired not just the pursuit of intellectual achievements, but the application of those achievements to improve the human condition. Through their guidance, civilizations grew from simple societies into complex, enlightened cultures, their progress a testament to the power of divine inspiration. In the temples dedicated to these gods, scholars and innovators gathered to seek guidance and offer thanks. Their prayers were filled with hope for enlightenment and gratitude for the gifts of understanding and innovation. These sacred places became centers of learning and discovery, where the divine presence was felt in every lesson learned and every idea conceived. The gods of wisdom and knowledge were more than mere figures in the pantheon, they were the driving forces behind human advancement. Their influence was woven into the very fabric of civilization, their gifts illuminating the path from ignorance to enlightenment. Through their divine guidance, humanity was able to dream, to create, and to achieve, forever transformed by the eternal light of wisdom and knowledge. In the heart of the celestial realms, where harmony once reigned supreme among the gods, a shadow began to creep. It was a moment destined to shatter the peace and transform the divine order. This was the tale of the first divine betrayal, a story that echoes through the ages, filled with treachery and heartbreak. The gods had long lived in unity, their powers interwoven like threads in a divine tapestry. Each had their role, their domain, and their respect for one another. Among them were mighty beings like Athene, the goddess of wisdom, and Hermes, the god of innovation. But even in the most serene of heavens, discord can take root. The trouble began with a lesser-known deity named Erebus, a god of darkness and shadow. Erebus had always been somewhat envious of the gods who wielded light and knowledge, feeling overshadowed and unappreciated. His realm was often bathed in twilight, a contrast to the radiant domains of his peers. This growing resentment festered, becoming a dark seed in his heart. Erebus's chance came when the gods gathered for a grand council, discussing the creation of a new realm to honor the balance of light and darkness. The council was meant to be a time of unity and celebration, but it was here that Erebus saw an opportunity to act on his bitterness. He had a plan to seize power, and he would do so by betraying those who trusted him. With a heart filled with dark intent, Erebus began to manipulate the shadows of the council room, sowing seeds of doubt and mistrust among the gods. He whispered lies and half-truths, casting shadows over their unity. His words were like poison, infecting even the purest of hearts. He painted a picture of deceit, suggesting that the gods of light were planning to eclipse those of darkness, to diminish their influence forever. Erebus's deceit reached its climax during the council's grand ceremony, a ritual of great significance where each god would pledge their support for the new realm. At the height of the ceremony, as the gods stood in their celestial splendor, Erebus revealed his treacherous plan. With a burst of dark energy, he unleashed a storm of shadows, engulfing the sacred space and plunging it into chaos. In the confusion, Erebus made his move. He seized control of the newly created realm, claiming it as his own. His betrayal was not just an act of rebellion, but a profound act of betrayal against the divine order. The gods who had once been allies were now in conflict, their trust shattered, their harmony broken. The gods of light, led by Athene and Hermes, were horrified and heartbroken. They had trusted Erebus, considered him one of their own. The conflict that followed was not just a battle of powers, but a clash of ideals, of what was right and what was treacherous. The skies darkened, the realms trembled, and the divine balance was thrown into disarray. Erebus, blinded by his newfound power and resentment, had underestimated the strength of unity and the depth of the gods' resolve. The gods of light and wisdom fought valiantly, their efforts to restore balance and reclaim what had been lost. The struggle was fierce, their powers clashing in a cosmic dance of light and shadow. The heavens themselves seemed to hold their breath, caught between the turmoil of the divine conflict. In the aftermath of the betrayal, the gods were left to pick up the pieces of their fractured unity. The new realm, once a symbol of balance, had become a battleground, a scar on the divine landscape. The gods, though victorious in the end, were forever changed. The trust that had once bound them together was now marred by the shadows of Erebus's betrayal. This first divine betrayal was a stark reminder of the fragility of unity, even among the gods. It was a moment of profound heartbreak and sorrow, a chapter in the divine saga that would echo through the ages. The gods learned that even in their celestial realms, darkness could seep in, and the bonds of trust could be broken. Erebus's betrayal became a cautionary tale, a story of how envy and resentment could lead to ruin. It served as a lesson to the gods and to mortals alike that harmony must be guarded carefully, that trust is a precious gift not to be taken for granted. The gods of wisdom and light, though scarred, continued their roles with a renewed understanding of the delicate balance they were entrusted to maintain. In the celestial annals, the tale of the first divine betrayal remains a poignant reminder of the cost of treachery and the enduring strength needed to heal from its wounds. It is a story etched in the cosmic fabric, a testament to the trials faced and overcome, and a reflection of the eternal struggle to maintain unity and trust among even the most divine beings. The sky darkened, and the earth trembled. The great pantheon was poised on the edge of chaos. The War of the Titans had begun, a cataclysmic clash between the elder gods and their younger successors, a conflict that would shape the cosmos and leave an indelible mark on the divine history. It all started with a deep rift, a chasm of dissatisfaction that grew between the Titans, the primordial deities who had ruled the universe from the dawn of time, and their offspring, the younger gods who had begun to question their authority. The Titans, led by the mighty Cronus, were powerful and ancient beings who had long presided over the world. They were revered and feared, their very names evoking awe and respect. But time had changed them, making them complacent and resistant to change. The younger gods, fiery and ambitious, felt stifled by the old order. They were led by Zeus, a god of lightning and fierce determination. These younger gods were not content to be merely subservient to their elder kin. They sought to bring about a new era, one where they could shape the world according to their vision. Tension simmered, and the air grew thick with impending conflict. The spark that ignited the war was a bold challenge from Zeus and his allies. They demanded a new balance of power, one that would allow them greater freedom and authority. The Titans, enraged by what they saw as an audacious rebellion, refused to yield. The once immense cosmic balance was now on the brink of destruction. The War of the Titans was a spectacle of divine fury and elemental force. The heavens roared with thunder, and the earth shook with every clash of power. Titans, towering and immense, battled against the younger gods who wielded their own formidable strengths. Lightning streaked across the sky as Zeus hurled bolts of electrifying energy. The ground itself seemed to rebel, cracking open under the might of the Titan Atlas, who bore the heavens on his shoulders. In the midst of this cosmic upheaval, the once harmonious realms became battlegrounds. The oceans churned violently as the Titan Oceanus waged war against the sea gods who sided with the younger deities. The very fabric of existence was torn asunder as the celestial forces collided, their struggles reshaping the world and casting it into chaos. The consequences of the war were immense and far-reaching. The Titans, despite their power, were ultimately overpowered by the relentless determination of the younger gods. The battle was not just one of strength but of will, and the new generation proved their resolve. The defeat of the Titans marked a turning point in the divine order. The old gods were cast down, imprisoned, or otherwise removed from their dominion. The heavens and earth were forever altered by the ferocity of their final struggle. The aftermath of the war left the cosmos scarred and changed. The young gods, now victorious, took their places as the new rulers of the universe. They worked tirelessly to restore order and rebuild what had been broken. The world, though battered, began to heal as the younger gods ushered in a new era of creation and governance. Yet, the legacy of the War of the Titans was one of both triumph and tragedy. The conflict had not only reshaped the world but had left deep emotional scars on the gods themselves. The younger gods, though now in power, bore the weight of their actions and the cost of their victory. They had challenged and overthrown their own progenitors, an act that left them with a profound sense of loss and responsibility. The Titans, in their fall, became symbols of a bygone era, their stories and their struggles etched into the annals of divine history. Their defeat was a stark reminder of the inevitability of change and the cycles of power that govern even the gods. The war had been a testament to the relentless drive for progress and the heavy price that often accompanies great change. As the dust settled and the celestial realms began to find a new equilibrium, the gods of the new order looked upon their world with a mix of relief and sorrow. They had won, but the cost had been high. The echoes of the War of the Titans would resonate through the ages, a poignant reminder of the struggles and sacrifices that come with the pursuit of a new dawn. The stars trembled as darkness crept into the heart of the universe. A monstrous beast, born from the primordial chaos before the gods had even shaped the world, had emerged from its ancient prison. This beast, known only in whispers and fearful tales, was a being of pure, destructive chaos, a force so wild and untamed that it threatened the very fabric of existence. The gods, having forged a delicate balance in the cosmos, were now faced with a terror they had never imagined. The beast's roar echoed through the heavens, a sound that was both a cry of rage and a promise of destruction. Its eyes blazed with a malevolent fire, and its very presence warped the stars and twisted the realms. In their desperation, the gods gathered for a council unlike any before. Each one knew the gravity of the situation. This was not just a battle for dominion or balance, but a fight for the survival of all that they had created. Among them were the mightiest deities, each one brimming with courage and dread. Zeus, the god of thunder, stood at the forefront. His resolve was as fierce as the lightning he commanded. Beside him was Athena, the goddess of wisdom, whose sharp mind was as essential as the strength of her allies. They knew that to bind this beast, they needed more than just power. They needed unity, strategy, and an unbreakable will. The gods formulated a plan, one that required not only their individual strengths but also their collective spirit. They would need to create a binding spell, a celestial chain of immense power that could contain the beast's chaos and hold it at bay. It was a task fraught with peril, for the very essence of the beast was to unravel the order, to tear apart the fabric of reality. As they prepared for the battle, the heavens were filled with an eerie light. The stars dimmed as the beast drew near, its roar shaking the cosmos. The gods braced themselves, knowing that this confrontation would determine the fate of everything they had strived to build. The battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. The beast surged forward, its form shifting and changing, a maelstrom of destruction that defied all attempts to subdue it. Zeus unleashed bolts of lightning, each one crackling with divine fury, but the beast absorbed the energy with terrifying ease. Athena, using her wisdom, directed the gods in a coordinated effort, weaving spells and invoking ancient powers. As the struggle reached its zenith, the gods unleashed their final gambit. They channeled their combined might into the creation of the binding chain, a divine artifact forged from the pure essence of their collective power. This chain was no ordinary object. It was a living force, imbued with the will and strength of every god who had contributed to its creation. With the chain ready, the gods approached the beast. Their hearts were heavy, for they knew that this act of binding was not just a physical struggle, but a battle of will. The beast roared in defiance, its chaos spreading like wildfire, but the gods stood resolute. They cast the chain upon the beast, their voices rising in a chant that echoed across the heavens. The chain wrapped around the beast, its links glowing with a fierce, celestial light. For a moment, the cosmos held its breath as the beast struggled against its bonds. It writhed and twisted, but the chain held firm, drawing upon the combined strength of the gods. The beast's roars turned into a desperate scream, a sound that seemed to pierce the very soul of the universe. As the struggle reached its climax, the chain tightened, and the beast was slowly subdued. Its chaotic energy was drawn into the chain, its wild essence contained and bound. The gods, exhausted but triumphant, watched as the beast was finally subdued. The chain pulsed with a steady, reassuring glow, a symbol of their hard-won victory. The binding of the chaos beast was a victory, but it came at a great cost. The gods had given much of their own power to create the chain, and the battle had left them weary and solemn. The beast was contained, but the scars of the conflict remained, a reminder of the darkness that still lurked in the corners of the cosmos. The gods placed the bound beast in a hidden realm, a prison designed to hold it for eternity. They ensured that it would never again threaten the order they had established. The cosmos began to heal, the stars once more shining brightly, and the heavens regained their serene beauty. In the end, the tale of the binding of the Chaos Beast became a legend, a story of courage and unity against the darkest of threats. It was a reminder of the strength needed to protect creation, and the enduring spirit of the gods who fought to preserve the balance of their world. The stars still shone brightly, a testament to their victory and the eternal vigilance required to maintain the harmony of the cosmos. In the shadowed corners of the divine realms, a new power stirred, one born not from creation, but from the fierce fires of conflict and ambition. The god of war emerged, a figure whose presence sent ripples of unease through both the heavens and the earth. With each step, he brought an aura of inevitability and dread, his arrival signaling the rise of battles and strife that would shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. Before this god's ascent, the world was already no stranger to conflict. Wars raged among mortals, battles echoed through history, and skirmishes punctuated the lives of countless beings. Yet, the arrival of the god of war marked a new chapter, a potent force that would not only influence these conflicts, but become their very embodiment. He was a god of formidable presence, with eyes that blazed like molten metal and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. His armor was forged from the raw essence of battle itself, a dark, shimmering metal that seemed to hum with the energy of countless fights. His weapons, ever sharp and ever present, were said to be as ancient as time, each blade carrying the weight of countless wars fought and won. The gods, ever watchful of the shifting tides of fate, understood the significance of this new deity. The god of war did not just wage battles, he was the driving force behind conflicts, a divine catalyst that could turn peace into discord with a mere thought. His influence extended beyond the battlefield, seeping into the hearts of mortals and gods alike, fueling ambitions and igniting desires for conquest. In the divine council, whispers of concern were constant. They knew that this god's presence would change the dynamics of power and conflict. Where once there had been uneasy truces and cautious alliances, now there would be strategic maneuvers and fierce confrontations. The god of war was a reminder of the thin line between order and chaos, and how easily it could be tipped. Mortals soon felt the weight of his presence. The god of war's influence over mortal warfare was profound. In times of strife, his name was invoked in fervent prayers and battle cries. Warriors and kings alike sought his favor, believing that his blessings would turn the tide in their favor. Temples were built in his honor, places where offerings of weapons and armor were made, and where priests would chant incantations to invoke his strength and strategy. The god of war was not merely a figure of destruction, but one of profound complexity. His role was to instigate and guide, to bring forth the chaos that could lead to new orders. Through conflict, he believed, true valor and strength were revealed, and from the ashes of battle, a new era could emerge. He was both the sword and the shield, the spark that ignited and the hand that wielded it. Battles that were once fought with mere mortal courage now bore the mark of his influence. His presence on the battlefield was said to be visible in the clash of steel, the cries of warriors, and the very essence of the fight. Those who were favored by him fought with an almost supernatural prowess, their movements guided by an instinctive understanding of warfare that seemed to transcend human limitations. Yet, the god of war was not without his own struggles. His existence was a constant balancing act, for while he thrived on conflict, he was also burdened by the endless cycle of violence he perpetuated. His realm was a place of eternal tumult, where wars raged without end and the spirits of fallen warriors lingered, their desires for glory unfulfilled. His influence was both a blessing and a curse. For mortals, it meant that war could bring glory and triumph, but also suffering and loss. For the gods, it meant navigating a world where peace was a fragile construct, easily shattered by the whims of a deity who thrived on upheaval. The god of war's existence was a reminder of the impermanence of peace and the inevitability of conflict. As the god of war's legend grew, so did his role in the divine and mortal realms. He became a symbol of the ceaseless struggle that defined existence. His story was woven into the fabric of history, his influence felt in every clash of armies and every strategic maneuver. The rise of this god brought with it a profound change, a shift that resonated through the ages, touching the lives of gods and mortals alike. The god of war was a figure of immense power and complexity, a force that shaped the course of history and defined the nature of conflict. His presence was a constant reminder of the ever-present potential for strife and the enduring impact of a deity who thrived on the tumult of battle. In the divine expanse, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds and the fabric of reality weaves itself in celestial patterns, the gods are not immune to the same passions and disputes that plague mortals. Their world, though wrapped in the ethereal beauty of existence, is no stranger to the tempestuous storms of love and rivalry that stir their immortal hearts. The tales of their romances and conflicts are as vivid as any mortal saga, their emotions as intense as the most fabled human dramas. At the heart of this divine theater is the story of two gods whose love was as powerful as it was forbidden. She was a goddess of beauty and grace, admired by all who beheld her. Her presence alone could turn the mundane into the sublime, her laughter a melody that could soothe the most troubled soul. He was a god of passion and fire, whose mere gaze could ignite the fiercest of desires, and whose touch was said to bring both ecstasy and ruin. Their love was an affair that defied the order of the cosmos. It was a union of light and fire, of beauty and intensity. Their moments together were filled with joy and fervor, each stolen glance and whispered word a testament to the depth of their bond. Yet, such a love was bound to stir the ire of other gods, whose hearts were touched by jealousy and envy. The goddess of wisdom watched their romance with a critical eye, fearing the potential chaos their union might bring. The god of order, a figure known for his unwavering commitment to balance, saw their passion as a threat to the harmony he so fiercely protected. As the romance between the two gods flourished, so did the tension among the pantheon. The goddess of beauty's former suitors, rejected and scorned, plotted in the shadows. They whispered to the god of war, who saw in their plight an opportunity to assert his own influence. He sowed seeds of discord, fanning the flames of jealousy until they became a raging inferno. The goddess of beauty's love for the god of fire became a battleground. Whispers turned to arguments, arguments to confrontations. The divine halls echoed with the sounds of furious debates and fierce altercations. It was as if the very heavens were split by the strife of these immortal beings, each god taking sides, their own rivalries entwined with the lover's plight. In the midst of this celestial storm, the god of fire and the goddess of beauty remained steadfast in their love. Their devotion to one another was a beacon of hope in the chaos, a reminder that even among the most divine of beings, love could be a force both pure and destructive. Their love, however, came at a cost. Their nights of passion were marred by the ever-present threat of betrayal and conflict. As their story unfolded, it became clear that their love, while profound, was also a catalyst for deeper conflicts among the gods. The god of order, seeing the increasing instability caused by their union, took drastic measures to restore balance. He forged alliances with other gods, and together they confronted the lovers, demanding they choose between their love and the peace of the divine realms. The god of fire, defiant and unyielding, refused to be swayed. He challenged the gods of order, beauty, and wisdom, leading to a confrontation that shook the heavens to their very core. The goddess of beauty, torn between her love and the demands of the divine council, struggled with her own heartache. Her love for the god of fire was unwavering, but she felt the weight of the pantheon's expectations and the crushing burden of their expectations. In the end, the love affair of these two gods became a legend among the pantheon, a story passed down through the ages as a reminder of the power and peril of divine love. Their rivalry with other gods, their conflicts and reconciliations, became a testament to the complexity of existence in the divine realms. The gods, despite their powers and immortality, were not exempt from the trials of love and jealousy. Their stories were as fraught with emotion and turmoil as those of their mortal counterparts, their hearts as vulnerable to the winds of fate as any humans. The divine love affairs and rivalries painted a picture of a celestial world rich with passion and conflict. They revealed that even in a realm where gods wield immense power and shape the universe, the heart's desires and the struggle for affection could lead to as much turmoil as any earthly battle. The stories of their romances and rivalries echo through the ages, a reminder that love, in all its forms, is a force as ancient and enduring as the cosmos itself. In the heart of the underworld, where shadows dance and whispers of forgotten souls echo, a storm brews, a rebellion unlike any other. The underworld, long seen as a place of dark and eternal rest, becomes a crucible of defiance as its denizens rise against the celestial order. This isn't just a rebellion, it's a cry from the depths of despair and anger, shaking the very foundations of divine rule. It begins with the awakening of an ancient power, a force that had long been suppressed and ignored. The gods of the underworld, beings of immense strength and mystery, feel a deep-seated injustice that festers in their hearts. These gods, once guardians of the dead and rulers of the shadowed realms, have long been relegated to the fringes of divine attention. They are the ones who ensure the balance between life and death, yet their contributions and struggles are often overshadowed by the more celebrated deities of the heavens. The spark of rebellion is ignited by the most unexpected of leaders, a once feared deity of the underworld, cast aside and forgotten. This deity, known for their cunning and fierce resolve, starts to rally those who share their grievances. The underworld, with its twisted corridors and darkened sanctuaries, becomes a hive of unrest. The air is thick with the tension of change, and the walls of the shadowed realm tremble with the weight of the gods' discontent. The rebellion isn't just about power, it's about recognition and respect. The gods of the underworld feel that they have been denied their due, that their role in maintaining the balance of the cosmos has been dismissed. They believe that the celestial realms have grown complacent and that the stability of existence relies heavily on their unseen and often unappreciated work. As the rebellion unfolds, it becomes clear that this is no mere uprising of disgruntled beings. It's a carefully orchestrated challenge to the divine order. The leader of the revolt, with a heart both fierce and heavy, speaks of ancient wrongs and promises of a new era where the underworld would be acknowledged as an equal and vital part of the cosmic balance. The impact of this rebellion on the divine order is profound. The gods of the heavens, who have lived in relative peace and harmony, are suddenly thrust into a chaotic struggle. The rebellion disrupts the carefully maintained balance between the realms, causing celestial disturbances that ripple through the cosmos. Stars flicker and shadows lengthen as the once-ordered universe begins to unravel under the strain of this divine conflict. Battles erupt not just in the underworld but across the celestial spheres. The gods of the heavens, taken aback by the ferocity and determination of their once subservient counterparts, must confront a new and unsettling reality. The rebellion is not just a clash of forces but a challenge to their very perception of order and authority. They are forced to reckon with the consequences of their neglect and the strength of the shadows they had long kept at bay. Amidst the chaos, the once feared leader of the underworld emerges as a tragic hero. Their motivations are complex, a mix of deep-seated anger and a genuine desire for justice. They are driven by a vision of a cosmos where all realms are valued, where even the shadows hold their place in the grand design. Their struggle becomes emblematic of the broader fight for recognition and respect, resonating with the timeless human quest for dignity and equality. As the rebellion reaches its climax, the gods of the underworld and the celestial beings find themselves locked in a dramatic standoff. The very fabric of the cosmos is stretched to its limits as the forces of light and shadow vie for supremacy. The once clear lines between right and wrong, power and submission, become blurred. It is a moment of reckoning for all involved, a test of the true nature of divine justice and balance. In the end, the rebellion forces a profound transformation. The divine order is shaken, its structure altered by the fierce and passionate struggle of the underworld's gods. The rebellion, while it may not achieve all its aims, leaves an indelible mark on the cosmos. It serves as a powerful reminder of the consequences of neglect and the enduring strength of those who stand in the shadows, fighting for their place in the light. The story of this divine uprising echoes through the ages, a testament to the power of defiance and the quest for equality. It reminds us that even in the most exalted of realms, the struggles for recognition and justice are as fierce and as real as any mortal conflict. The underworld's rebellion stands as a poignant chapter in the grand tapestry of existence, a stirring saga of resistance and transformation that continues to resonate across the celestial spheres. In the annals of mythology, there are tales so profound and chilling that they linger in the heart long after the story is told. One such tale involves the divine punishments and curses that gods have unleashed upon mortals, shaping destinies with their wrath and sorrow. These stories of punishment are not mere warnings, they are a reflection of the gods' immense power and the tragic consequences of defying them. Imagine a world where the gods' anger could bend the very fabric of reality, where their curses could turn a moment of pride or disobedience into an eternal torment. This world is not just a place of divine glory and beauty, but also a realm where the whims and judgments of deities can alter lives forever. One of the most haunting tales is of a mortal who, driven by ambition and hubris, dared to challenge the gods. This person, intoxicated by their own power and success, committed an act of defiance so great that it caught the eye of the gods themselves. Enraged by the audacity of such a mortal, the gods decide to administer a punishment that would serve as a stark reminder of their supreme authority. The mortal is struck by a curse so severe that it becomes their unending nightmare. Their home, once a place of joy and comfort, is transformed into a prison of despair. The gods, in their unrelenting justice, ensure that every moment of the mortal's life is filled with suffering and sorrow. What was once a beautiful home now echoes with the sound of their anguish. Friends and family, who once admired and loved them, are now distant and fearful. The curse isolates the mortal, making them a living symbol of divine retribution. Another tale tells of a king whose greed led him to commit a grave injustice. In his quest for more power, he wronged the gods by desecrating their sacred sites and ignoring their commandments. The gods, angered by his disrespect, decreed a curse upon him and his kingdom. The land itself becomes a reflection of his folly. Crops wither, rivers dry up, and the once thriving kingdom falls into decay. The king's people suffer alongside him, and his once grand palace becomes a ruin. His name, once celebrated, is now spoken with a shudder, a warning to others of the gods' unforgiving nature. These stories are not just about punishment but about the profound sadness and despair that follow. They show how divine anger can twist a mortal's fate into a tragic tale, leaving behind a legacy of sorrow. The gods, in their immense power, act with a finality that leaves no room for redemption or escape. The mortal's suffering becomes a poignant reminder of the fragility of human pride and the enduring power of the divine. Each tale of divine punishment is a reflection of the gods' complex nature. They are not just enforcers of cosmic laws, but beings with emotions and intentions as intricate as those of mortals. Their punishments are not always about cruelty but about enforcing balance and justice. Yet, the consequences are often so severe that they evoke a deep sense of sympathy and grief. Mortals, in their hubris, are brought to understand the true cost of their defiance, and their stories become legends of caution and tragedy. In these myths, the gods' curses and punishments serve as powerful symbols. They illustrate the immense power that deities hold and the severe repercussions of crossing them. They are also a reflection of the human condition, showing how even the smallest acts of defiance can lead to unimaginable suffering. The gods, with their infinite power, ensure that the lessons learned are not easily forgotten, embedding these tales into the very fabric of mythology. These stories, while heart-wrenching, also carry a deeper message about respect, humility, and the consequences of one's actions. They remind us that the gods, though often distant and enigmatic, are integral to the balance of the cosmos. Their punishments are not just acts of vengeance, but part of a larger cosmic order that maintains the harmony and equilibrium of existence. In the heart of ancient myths, where gods and mortals intertwine, there are stories of extraordinary individuals who stand as beacons of courage and strength. These are the heroes of the heroic age, mortals who, blessed or cursed by the gods, embark on epic quests that shape their destinies and the world around them. Their stories are not merely legends, but profound narratives of bravery, sacrifice, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. Among these heroic figures is a young warrior chosen by the gods for a fate both grand and tragic. Born into humble beginnings, this hero is marked from birth by a divine sign, a symbol of the gods' favor or perhaps their burden. With the gods' blessing comes immense strength and wisdom, but also the weight of a destiny that will demand everything they have. Their journey begins with a call to adventure, a challenge that seems insurmountable. The hero's path is fraught with danger and trials that test their very soul. They face monsters born of nightmares, beasts that would make any mortal tremble with fear. Each confrontation is not just a battle for survival, but a trial of their character, their courage, and their resolve. The heroes' victories are hard-won and their sacrifices immense. Their struggles resonate deeply, reflecting the timeless battle between hope and despair, strength and vulnerability. One of the most poignant tales is of a hero who, despite their valor, is cursed by the gods. Their quest is a double-edged sword. It brings them glory but also binds them to a fate of constant strife. This hero might seek a powerful artifact, a journey that promises unimaginable rewards, but also leads them to face trials that test their very humanity. The artifact's power comes with a price, and the hero's story is a somber reflection on the nature of ambition and sacrifice. They achieve great feats, but their personal life becomes a tragic saga of loss and unfulfilled dreams. The hero's relationship with the gods is often complex. They may be favored by some deities, who provide aid and encouragement, while others may see them as a pawn in a larger cosmic game. The gods' involvement can be both a boon and a curse. For every divine blessing, there may be a hidden cost or a rival deity working against them. This tension between divine favor and enmity adds a layer of depth to the hero's journey, making their successes and failures all the more poignant. These heroes are not alone in their struggles. They are often accompanied by loyal companions who share in their trials and triumphs. These allies, each with their own unique skills and stories, add richness to the hero's journey. Their loyalty and sacrifices highlight the themes of friendship and solidarity amidst the chaos of their quests. Together, they form a band of warriors whose unity is a source of strength, but whose individual stories are often marked by personal sacrifice and heartbreak. The tales of these mortal champions are set against a backdrop of epic battles and grand quests. They might journey to distant lands, face divine beings, or uncover hidden truths that reshape their understanding of the world. Their adventures are a testament to the power of human spirit and resilience, showing that even in the face of divine challenges, mortals can rise to greatness. Yet, these heroic sagas are not without their sorrows. Many of these heroes meet tragic ends, their lives cut short by the very gods who once blessed them. Their stories often end in a bittersweet manner, with their sacrifices ensuring the survival of their people or the completion of their quests, but leaving their personal lives marked by loss and unfulfilled desires. These epic tales of mortal champions are more than just stories of adventure and bravery. They are deeply moving narratives that explore the essence of heroism, the cost of greatness, and the profound impact of divine intervention on mortal lives. They remind us that while the gods may shape our destinies, it is the human spirit that defines the true measure of a hero. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, even gods are not exempt from trials that test their very essence. Among these divine beings, a series of trials unfolds, each one a challenge that pushes their limits, probing their strength, wisdom, and resolve. This is not a story of mere tests, but a saga where the divine beings face their deepest fears and greatest challenges. One by one, the gods are summoned to face trials designed to stretch their abilities and character. The trials are not simple tasks, but profound challenges that test the core of their divine nature. These tests are crafted not just to measure their power, but to reveal their true selves, exposing their vulnerabilities and their capacity for growth. Imagine the first trial, where a god of immense strength is faced with a challenge that cannot be overcome by mere force. This trial demands not physical might, but the ability to understand and navigate a complex moral dilemma. The god is forced to confront their own values and make a choice that affects the fate of countless lives. The weight of this decision is immense, showing that true strength often lies in the ability to choose wisely and with compassion. Another trial might test the wisdom of a god known for their intelligence and insight. This god is presented with a puzzle so intricate that it seems unsolvable. The god must rely on their intellect and patience to unravel the mystery, but what makes this trial truly poignant is the personal sacrifice involved. The resolution of the puzzle demands a part of the god's essence, a piece of their being that will never be returned. This sacrifice is a testament to the god's dedication to their divine responsibilities, revealing the deep price of wisdom. Then there are trials that test the resolve of the gods, pushing them to their limits. One such trial might involve facing a powerful adversary, a being whose very existence threatens the balance of the cosmos. The god must confront this adversary not just with strength, but with unwavering determination and courage. The battle is fierce, and the struggle is not only against the opponent, but against the doubts and fears that plague the god's heart. The ultimate victory is hard-earned and comes with a profound understanding of the nature of perseverance and faith. As these trials unfold, they reveal the god's deepest fears and greatest virtues. The trials are not only about overcoming obstacles, but also about personal growth. Each god emerges from these tests changed, their experiences adding layers to their divine personas. They learn to balance their power with empathy, their wisdom with humility, and their resolve with compassion. The emotional impact of these trials is immense. The gods, who once seemed invincible and detached, are shown grappling with their own limitations and fears. The trials humanize them in a way, making them relatable and deeply poignant. They experience loss, doubt, and sacrifice, emotions that resonate with anyone who has faced their own struggles and challenges. Through these trials, the gods gain not just knowledge and strength, but a deeper connection to the world and beings they govern. They come to understand the intricate web of existence more fully, realizing that their actions have profound consequences. Their growth and evolution are a testament to the power of facing challenges with courage and integrity. The trials also serve as a reminder of the delicate balance between power and responsibility. The gods are not just rulers of their realms, but caretakers of the cosmic order. Their trials highlight the immense responsibility that comes with their roles, teaching them the importance of using their powers wisely and with consideration for others. In the end, these divine trials are more than just tests of strength and wisdom. They are transformative experiences that shape the very nature of the gods. They reveal the true essence of what it means to be divine, showing that even the most powerful beings are on a journey of growth and self-discovery. The trials are a poignant reminder that the path to greatness is often paved with struggles and sacrifices, and that true strength lies in overcoming them with grace and humility. In the midst of divine harmony, where the gods ruled with wisdom and power, a new figure emerged, one who would forever change the balance of the cosmos. The arrival of the trickster god, a being of chaos and cunning, signaled a shift in the divine order that no one could have anticipated. His presence was like a sudden storm that shakes the calmest seas, a whisper of mischief in a land of solemnity. This god of trickery was not born from the usual threads of divine lineage. Instead, he appeared as a ripple in the fabric of the universe, a wild spark that flickered into existence from the very essence of chaos. He had no need for grandeur or glory. His power lay in the subtle, often unseen ways he could twist reality and perceptions. His laughter was a melody of confusion, and his eyes gleamed with the promise of disruption. From the moment he arrived, it was clear that this trickster god was unlike any other. His antics were not limited to harmless jests, they were profound acts of disruption that challenged the established order. He would walk into the grand halls of the gods, where they gathered in serene discussions, and suddenly, their words would be twisted, their plans turned upside down. His presence was a whirlwind of chaos, making even the most calculated and wise among the gods stumble. One of the trickster god's first acts was to turn the sacred rituals of the gods into a farce. What had once been solemn ceremonies, performed with great care and reverence, were transformed into comedic spectacles of confusion and error. The divine ceremonies that ensured the balance of the universe were suddenly filled with unexpected mishaps, turning profound moments into absurdities. The trickster god took great pleasure in watching the other gods struggle to maintain their composure, his laughter echoing through the heavens. The divine order, so meticulously maintained for eons, began to fray at the edges. The trickster god's actions were not just about creating chaos, they were a challenge to the very structure of the cosmos. He questioned the established rules and norms, poking at the weaknesses in the divine system with an almost childlike glee. His behavior was unpredictable, making it impossible for the other gods to anticipate his next move. As the trickster god continued his mischief, the impact on the divine realms became increasingly evident. The harmony that once defined the celestial spheres began to wobble. The gods, who had always worked together in a delicate balance, found themselves in constant disarray. Plans were thwarted, agreements broken, and the stability of their dominions was threatened. The trickster god had unleashed a ripple of unrest that spread through the divine hierarchy. Yet, despite the havoc he caused, there was something profoundly emotional about the trickster god's presence. His actions, though disruptive, were not born from malice but from a deeper desire to challenge and provoke. He sought to shake the gods from their complacency, to remind them of the unpredictability that existed even within their structured realms. His disruptions were a call to embrace the chaos that lay just beneath the surface of order. In the midst of this turmoil, the trickster god revealed a more poignant truth. His antics, though often frustrating, highlighted the importance of adaptability and resilience. The gods were forced to confront their own rigidity and learn to find balance in the face of uncertainty. The trickster god's actions, though seemingly arbitrary, became a catalyst for growth and transformation within the divine hierarchy. The gods, in their struggle to contain and understand the trickster god, discovered new facets of their own nature. They were compelled to rethink their roles and their approach to the cosmos. The trickster god, with all his mischief, had a way of bringing out both the best and the worst in those around him. His presence was a reminder that even in a world governed by order and structure, the unexpected could always find a way to emerge. Through his chaotic influence, the trickster god left a lasting impact on the divine order. His rise was not just a disruption but a profound shift that challenged the gods to reconsider their place in the universe. He became a symbol of the unpredictable nature of existence, a reminder that even the divine could be shaken by the whims of chaos. His legacy was a testament to the power of unpredictability and the necessity of embracing change, no matter how disruptive it might be. In the heart of the cosmos, where light and darkness first tangled, there came a time when the gods, driven by their need to shape and test the world, gave rise to beings of great power and terror. The creation of monsters, dragons, and other mythical creatures wasn't a mere act of whimsy, it was a profound shift that would challenge both gods and mortals in ways they had never known. The myth begins with a world already brimming with wonder, yet yearning for something more. The gods, in their boundless creativity, decided that their creations needed not just harmony but also trials and tribulations to truly test their strength. From the darkest corners of their divine imagination came forth creatures unlike any seen before, monsters with scales that could pierce the sky, dragons with fiery breath capable of melting mountains, and beasts whose roars echoed through the deepest chasms of the earth. These monsters were not just creations of chaos but were imbued with a purpose. They were meant to be challenges, tests for both the divine beings and the mortals who walked the earth. Each monster was crafted with a unique blend of fearsome traits and formidable powers. Their eyes gleamed with an ancient intelligence, their claws and fangs were sharp as the sharpest blades, and their very presence was a reminder of the raw power that lay beyond the safety of the known world. One of the most legendary of these creatures was the dragon, a being of immense beauty and terror. Dragons were crafted with scales that shimmered like jewels under the sun and wings that could cast shadows over entire cities. They breathed fire that could turn forests into ash, and their roars were thunderous declarations of their dominance. The dragon became a symbol of both awe and fear, a challenge that only the bravest of heroes could hope to overcome. But dragons were not alone. The gods also created creatures that lurked in the darkest depths and the most desolate places. The Hydra, with its many heads that regenerated when cut, and the Minotaur, a beast with the body of a man and the head of a bull, were among the many beings designed to test the limits of courage and strength. These monsters were not simply obstacles, they were embodiments of the raw, untamed forces of the universe, a reminder that the gods themselves were not the only rulers of creation. The monsters' arrival brought about a shift in the balance of power. Mortals, who had once lived in relative peace under the gaze of the gods, found themselves facing these terrifying creatures. Villages were ravaged, and heroes rose to the challenge, armed with courage and sometimes divine aid. Battles between gods and monsters became legendary, with heroes like Perseus and Hercules making names for themselves by slaying these beasts and restoring balance. Yet, the creation of monsters was not purely a tale of conflict and struggle. It was also a story of growth and resilience. The very existence of these creatures pushed both gods and mortals to new heights. The gods were challenged to create and act in ways they had never imagined, while mortals were forced to confront their deepest fears and find strength they didn't know they possessed. Each monster slain or outwitted was a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who faced them. The monsters also served as a mirror to the divine and mortal worlds. They were not merely adversaries, but reflections of the chaos and unpredictability that existed in the universe. Their creation was a reminder that even in a world shaped by divine hands, there was always room for the unexpected and the extraordinary. Their very existence challenged the gods and mortals alike to confront the unknown and to rise above their limitations. In the end, the creation of monsters was more than just a divine experiment. It was a profound statement about the nature of existence and the balance between order and chaos. The monsters represented the wild, untamed aspects of the universe, and their presence in the world was a reminder of the constant interplay between fear and courage, between creation and destruction. They were a testament to the enduring power of myths and the ways in which stories of old continue to shape our understanding of the world today. In the whispers of ancient winds and the shadows of forgotten temples, there echoed a prophecy that struck fear and awe into the hearts of both gods and mortals. This prophecy, foretelling the end times, painted a picture of an apocalypse where the very fabric of existence would unravel, and even the gods would face their ultimate reckoning. The prophecy began with a chilling vision of the skies darkening and the stars losing their light, as if the universe itself were holding its breath. It spoke of a time when the sun would flicker and fade, the moon would crumble into dust, and the balance of the cosmos would be thrown into chaos. This vision was not just a bleak forecast, but a haunting promise that the end of days would bring about the collapse of everything that had been built, both divine and mortal. The gods, mighty and eternal, were not spared by this prophecy. They, who had shaped the world with their divine hands, were foretold to face a fate that none could escape. Their once unbreakable powers would wane, their grand realms would crumble, and their once immortal lives would be tested in ways they had never imagined. The idea of the gods themselves being subject to an end was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a reminder of the fragility that even the most powerful beings could face. The prophecy spoke of a series of cataclysmic events that would signal the beginning of the end. It described great wars among the gods, where alliances would fracture and old rivalries would ignite into full-blown conflicts. The earth would shake with the fury of these divine battles, and the seas would churn with their rage. Mountains would crumble, and forests would be consumed by fire, as if the very elements themselves were rebelling against the gods who had once controlled them. Mortals, too, would not be spared from the turmoil. The prophecy foretold a time when heroes would rise and fall, their struggles becoming both legendary and tragic. Nations would be torn apart by fear and chaos, as people sought to make sense of the madness unfolding around them. Yet, in the midst of this despair, the prophecy hinted at a glimmer of hope, a chance for redemption and renewal, though it would come at a great cost. One of the most heart-wrenching aspects of this prophecy was the foretelling of a great reckoning that would bring about a final judgment. The gods would be forced to confront their own actions and the consequences of their decisions. Those who had once wielded the power to create and destroy would find themselves at the mercy of the very forces they had once controlled. The gods would face their own vulnerabilities and be judged not just by their peers, but by the very beings they had shaped. As the prophecy continued, it spoke of a final, climactic event where the universe itself would seem to shatter. The heavens would tremble, and the earth would break apart, as if the entire cosmos were being torn asunder. This would be a moment of unimaginable destruction, where everything known would be undone. It was a vision of an ending so profound that it would echo through the ages, leaving behind a legacy of both sorrow and awe. Yet, the prophecy was not merely a tale of doom. It carried within it the seeds of transformation and rebirth. The end times, as bleak as they seemed, were also described as a time of profound change. From the ashes of destruction, new beginnings would arise. The prophecy hinted at a possibility for the world to be remade, a chance for both gods and mortals to learn from their past and forge a new path forward. This cycle of destruction and renewal was a testament to the enduring hope that even in the darkest moments, there remained a chance for something new to emerge. The prophecy of the end times left a lasting impact on all who heard it. It was a reminder of the impermanence of existence and the cyclical nature of life and death. The idea that even the gods, and all their might, could face an end was both humbling and inspiring. It urged both divine and mortal beings to reflect on their actions, to seek redemption, and to find meaning in the face of uncertainty. As the prophecy echoed through the ages, it became a tale not just of fear and despair, but also of hope and renewal. It reminded everyone that even in the face of the greatest challenges, there was always the possibility of a new beginning. The end times, though daunting, were also a testament to the resilience and enduring spirit of life itself. At the heights of divine power, where gods once reigned supreme with unchallenged authority, there came a time of downfall that echoed with the same intensity as their rise. The stories of these fallen gods are not just ancient myths, they are tragic reminders of how even the mightiest can be undone by their own flaws, betrayals, or the actions of mortals. One of the most poignant tales is that of a god who fell due to his own hubris. This deity was once revered for his wisdom and strength, his name spoken with awe and respect. He ruled over the heavens with a sense of invincibility, believing that his power was absolute and untouchable. His arrogance led him to dismiss warnings and dismiss the pleas of his fellow gods. He treated mortals with disdain, believing them to be insignificant. His pride blinded him to the growing discontent among those he had once protected and the simmering threats from rivals. The turning point came when a seemingly insignificant mortal, driven by desperation and fear, managed to uncover a hidden weakness in this once mighty god. With a clever scheme and unwavering resolve, this mortal exploited the god's arrogance, setting in motion a chain of events that led to the deity's downfall. As the god's power waned and his realm fell into chaos, the once great ruler faced the ultimate humiliation, stripped of his grandeur and left to wander in exile, a shadow of his former self. The story of his fall became a powerful cautionary tale, illustrating how pride and the disregard for others could lead to the collapse of even the most invincible. Another tragic tale centers around a god whose fall was precipitated by betrayal. This deity, known for her beauty and grace, was beloved by many but betrayed by those she trusted most. Her closest allies, who had once pledged their loyalty and affection, turned against her in a bid for greater power. Driven by envy and ambition, they conspired to overthrow her. The betrayal was a cruel and calculated act, and it shattered the goddess's once hallowed heart. She was cast down from her celestial domain and forced to live among mortals, her divine light dimmed by the very being she had once held dear. The heart-wrenching story of her fall spread among both gods and mortals alike, a story of trust shattered and loyalty broken. Her former allies rose to take her place, but their reign was tainted by the treachery that had secured it. This tale spoke to the fragile nature of trust and the devastating consequences of betrayal, leaving a lasting impact on those who heard it. The fall of a great god due to mortal actions is another poignant story that resonates through the ages. This deity was a guardian of peace and prosperity, deeply loved by the people who worshipped and relied on him. Yet, his downfall came not from the divine struggles above, but from the very mortals he had sworn to protect. An ambitious leader, seeking power and control, manipulated the god's followers, inciting rebellion and strife. The god, blinded by his affection for his people and his belief in their goodness, was caught off guard by their discontent and anger. The leader's machinations led to widespread chaos and destruction, undermining the god's authority and causing his once loyal followers to turn against him. In the end, the god was overwhelmed by the very mortals he had sought to guide and protect, stripped of his divine status and left to face a world he could no longer influence. His fall was a tragic reminder of the limits of divine power and the vulnerability that even the gods could face when betrayed by those they trusted. Each of these stories carries with it a powerful emotional weight. The gods, who once held dominion over the heavens and the earth, were brought low by their own flaws, the treachery of others, or the actions of those they had once cherished. These tales are not merely about divine beings, they are reflections on the nature of power, pride, betrayal, and the often merciless consequences of human and divine actions. The fall of these great gods serves as a somber reminder that even those who seem untouchable and eternal are not immune to the forces of hubris, betrayal, and the unpredictability of mortal actions. Their stories, full of grandeur and tragedy, continue to echo through time, touching the hearts of those who hear them and imparting lessons that resonate far beyond their ancient origins. In the heart of the ancient world, a storm was brewing, a storm unlike any other, driven not by the clash of celestial forces, but by the defiant spirit of mortals. The gods, who had once stood as mighty creators and rulers, now faced an unprecedented uprising from those they had fashioned in their own image. This was not a mere skirmish or a fleeting rebellion, it was a fierce struggle for freedom, driven by deep-seated grievances and a longing for independence. The origins of this rebellion were rooted in the growing discontent among mortals. For eons, they had lived under the yoke of divine will, their lives dictated by the whims of gods who seemed indifferent to their suffering. The gods, from their lofty abodes, dispensed blessings and curses with impunity, often ignoring the pleas and sorrows of the very beings they had created. The mortals toiled under harsh conditions, their lives a mix of toil and devotion, with little hope of ever breaking free from the divine constraints. The spark that ignited this rebellion came from a leader among the mortals, a visionary who saw beyond the divine facade and believed in the possibility of a world where mortals could shape their own destinies. This leader, charismatic and unyielding, rallied others who were disillusioned by the gods' oppressive rule. They spoke of a future where mortals could live without fear of divine retribution, where they could govern their own lives and create their own fates. The rebellion began in secret, with whispers of dissent and plans of revolt spreading through the ranks of the mortal populace. What started as small acts of defiance soon grew into a full-blown revolution. Armed with weapons forged from their own ingenuity and powered by a burning desire for liberation, the mortals rose against their celestial oppressors. They stormed divine temples, disrupted sacred rituals, and challenged the gods' authority in ways that had never been seen before. The gods, initially caught off guard by the scale and ferocity of the rebellion, were forced to confront their own vulnerabilities. The divine beings, who had once wielded their power with ease, now found themselves struggling to maintain control. The once invincible gods were faced with an army of mortals who, despite their limited powers, were driven by an unyielding resolve and a deep sense of justice. The conflict was fierce and brutal, with both sides suffering tremendous losses. In the midst of this upheaval, there were moments of profound tragedy and heartache. Families were torn apart as gods and mortals clashed, their lives and dreams shattered by the violence of the rebellion. Mortals who had once worshipped the gods now turned against them with a fervor that was both heartbreaking and terrifying. The gods, seeing their sacred places desecrated and their power challenged, were driven to act with desperation and fury, often resorting to extreme measures to quell the uprising. Despite their efforts, the rebellion continued to grow in strength and determination. The mortals, fueled by their desire for freedom and justice, fought with a bravery that seemed to defy the odds. The gods, grappling with the reality of their own fallibility and the consequences of their actions, were forced to reconsider their approach to their creations. The rebellion forced a reckoning that was long overdue, a challenge to the divine order that had been unquestioned for so long. As the rebellion reached its climax, there were moments of unexpected compassion and understanding. Some gods, moved by the courage and suffering of the mortals, began to question their own roles and the nature of their divine authority. They reached out to the rebels, seeking to find a compromise that could bring about peace. These moments of reconciliation, though rare, marked a turning point in the conflict, offering a glimmer of hope that a new understanding could emerge from the chaos. The aftermath of the rebellion was a time of profound change and reflection. The gods, having faced the wrath of their own creations, were forced to confront the reality of their own fallibility and the need for a more equitable relationship with the mortals. The mortals, having fought for their freedom and won a measure of independence, began to rebuild their lives and their societies with a newfound sense of agency and hope. The rebellion left an indelible mark on both gods and mortals. It was a reminder of the power of the human spirit and the dangers of complacency and indifference. The stories of this rebellion were passed down through generations, a testament to the courage and determination of those who dared to challenge the divine order and fought for a world where they could truly be free. In the heart of the divine cosmos, where gods once roamed eternal and untouchable, a profound and unsettling shift began to take shape. The very essence of immortality, once the cornerstone of divine existence, was slipping away from some of the most revered gods. This was not a mere shift in power or status, it was a catastrophic unraveling of the very fabric of their being. The consequences of this loss would ripple through the universe, changing everything in ways no one could have anticipated. It all started with a few gods who, despite their celestial stature, found themselves unable to hold onto their immortality. The first signs were subtle. A divine being might have felt a flicker of weakness or an inexplicable tiredness that had never plagued them before. The gods, used to a life free from the constraints that bound mortals, were suddenly confronted with the creeping reality of their vulnerability. It was as if their eternal light was dimming, leaving them in a state of confusion and fear. The loss of immortality for these gods was more than just a personal tragedy, it was a cosmic upheaval. Immortality was not merely an absence of death, but a state of perpetual influence and power. When a god's immortality faded, it was as if the very essence of their divine authority was being stripped away. Their once great powers began to wane, and the influence they had over the cosmos started to crumble. The gods who had once wielded the power to shape destinies and command the elements were suddenly faced with their own helplessness. The gods' struggle was heart-wrenching to witness. One god, known for their wisdom and guidance, felt their mind grow foggy, their once clear visions clouded by the onset of mortality. Another, a deity of beauty and allure, began to lose their charm, their once radiant presence fading like a sunset. The impact was not only personal but universal. The natural order, which had long relied on these divine beings, began to falter. Seasons grew erratic, celestial events became unpredictable, and the balance of power across the cosmos shifted dramatically. Mortal realms were also deeply affected. The loss of divine presence left gaps in the world that were quickly filled by chaos and confusion. Cultures that had once thrived under the protection or favor of their gods found themselves adrift. Temples that had stood as symbols of eternal worship were abandoned or left in ruin. The mortals, once guided and protected by the gods, now faced a world where the familiar order was shattered. They struggled to adapt, to find new ways to understand their place in a universe that had suddenly become less certain. The gods themselves were not immune to the emotional toll of their fall from grace. The sense of betrayal and loss was profound. Gods who had once been revered and adored were now faced with their own limitations and mortality. The despair and grief among these fallen gods were palpable. They wandered through the cosmic spaces that had once been their dominions, now feeling like strangers in a world that had grown distant and cold. In their weakened state, the gods began to interact with each other in new and unexpected ways. Former rivals, once locked in fierce competition, found themselves offering support to one another, sharing their knowledge and experiences of their diminishing powers. There were moments of unexpected camaraderie and compassion, as these fallen gods came to understand that their shared fate had created a bond that transcended their previous enmities. The once clear lines of divine hierarchy blurred, and the gods began to seek solace and solidarity in each other's company. The cosmic consequences of their loss were profound. With their influence waning, the gods struggled to maintain the balance and order of the universe. The once stable cycles of nature began to falter, and the harmony that had long defined the cosmos was disrupted. Creatures that had lived in the shadow of divine influence found themselves rising to prominence, and the very fabric of existence seemed to be unraveling. The loss of immortality did not just affect the gods, it created ripples throughout the universe, touching every corner of creation. The story of the gods losing their immortality is one of deep emotional resonance and profound change. It is a tale of the fragility of power and the inevitability of change. For those who had once been eternal, the experience of facing their own limitations and mortality was both a personal and cosmic tragedy. It was a reminder that even the most mighty of beings are subject to the forces of change and the passage of time. As the gods grappled with their new reality, the universe itself faced a turning point where the old order was giving way to an uncertain and shifting future. As the first whispers of change swept through the cosmos, an eerie silence fell over the world, a silence marked by the gradual fading of magic. Once a vibrant force that pulsed through every corner of existence, magic began to wane, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. This shift was not merely a loss of power, but a profound transformation that affected both gods and mortals in ways that were heart-wrenching and devastating. In the beginning, the signs were subtle. Spells that once danced effortlessly from the fingertips of wizards and enchantresses now sputtered and faded. Potions that had transformed lives with a single drop began to lose their potency, leaving seekers of magic in despair. The enchantments woven into the fabric of daily life, which had once granted comfort and wonder, started to unravel, revealing a world suddenly stripped of its mystical beauty. The gods, too, were profoundly affected. Magic was not just a tool for the divine, it was an integral part of their essence. Each god had once commanded elements, woven destiny, and shaped the very cosmos through their magical influence. As magic began to recede, these once mighty beings found themselves powerless in ways they had never imagined. Their divine acts of creation and control became feeble gestures, their once resplendent powers dwindling to mere echoes of their former glory. The impact on the gods was both heartbreaking and humbling. Deities who had once been revered for their miraculous feats were left grappling with their own diminished abilities. The ethereal beings who had once commanded storms and lit the heavens with their will now wandered through their realms, unable to perform the simplest of wonders. The beauty of the celestial landscapes they had crafted began to fade, leaving behind a barren and unremarkable expanse. The gods, who had once known only the heights of power, were now confronted with their own vulnerability. Mortals, too, felt the devastating effects of magic's disappearance. For centuries, magic had been a source of hope, wonder, and possibility. It had healed the sick, empowered the weak, and shaped destinies. As magic slipped away, the everyday lives of people became draped in a veil of gloom. Healing spells that had once mended broken bones and cured diseases were no longer effective, leaving many to suffer and despair. The vibrant festivals of magic, where illusions and wonders delighted the masses, turned into somber gatherings marked by the absence of enchantment. The loss of magic created a void that was deeply felt in the hearts of those who had once relied on its wonders. Communities that had once thrived on magical traditions and celebrations faced a stark and painful reality. Craftsmen who had enchanted their tools to create masterpieces found themselves powerless, unable to produce the works they had once taken for granted. Farmers who had relied on magical blessings for their crops watched in dismay as their fields yielded less and less. The once rich tapestry of magical life began to fray, leaving a barren and bleak landscape in its wake. The emotional toll was immense. People who had grown up with the comfort of magic found themselves adrift in a world that seemed suddenly harsh and unforgiving. Children who had once dreamed of becoming wizards and enchantresses now faced a future where their dreams seemed distant and unattainable. The world felt like a shadow of its former self, and the loss of magic left a deep, aching void in the hearts of all who had once cherished its presence. As the days turned into years, the absence of magic became a part of the new normal. The once brilliant sparks of wonder and joy that had characterized life slowly faded into memory. The gods and mortals alike had to confront the reality of a world where magic was no longer a living force. The gods, now more vulnerable and human in their limitations, struggled to find new ways to inspire and protect. Mortals, though diminished in their dreams, sought to adapt and find meaning in a world that had changed beyond recognition. The fading of magic was more than a loss, it was a profound transformation that touched every aspect of existence. It was a reminder of the delicate balance that held the universe together and the way that even the most wondrous elements of life could slip away, leaving behind echoes of what once was. The world, now devoid of magic, continued to move forward, carrying with it the weight of its lost wonder and the enduring hope that one day, something extraordinary might return to fill the void. The air crackled with an electric tension as the last great divine war unfolded. This was not just any conflict, it was the final, earth-shattering clash among the gods, a battle that would reshape the very fabric of the universe. The sky darkened, filled with whirling storm clouds, as if the heavens themselves were bracing for the cataclysmic struggle below. The gods, once united in their divine harmony, now stood on opposing sides, their once shared purpose fractured by deep-seated rivalries and ancient grudges. The clash of their celestial powers shook the cosmos as thunder roared and lightning split the sky. Each divine being, once a figure of boundless power and wisdom, now waged war with a ferocity born of desperation and rage. The battles were breathtaking and terrifying. The gods wielded their immense powers like blazing swords, their divine might colliding in explosions of pure energy. Mountains were shattered, oceans boiled, and stars were extinguished in the wake of their wrath. The very ground trembled as gods hurled their might against one another, their once grand realms reduced to mere battlegrounds. The heavens themselves seemed to weep at the destruction, their once beautiful tapestry of stars now marred by the scars of war. Among the chaos, some gods fought with honor, striving to maintain a semblance of the unity they once knew. But even their noble efforts were drowned out by the overwhelming force of the conflict. Allies became enemies, and friendships that had spanned eons were severed in moments of fiery betrayal. The sky, once a symbol of divine grace, was now a battlefield of darkness and destruction. As the war dragged on, the gods' divine realms suffered. The magnificent cities they had crafted with such care were torn asunder, their celestial spires toppled and their divine palaces reduced to ruins. The gods, once so secure in their dominion, now wandered through their shattered realms, witnessing the devastation they had wrought. Their once proud creations were left in tatters, reminders of the great power that had turned to ashes. The mortal world, too, was caught in the crossfire. The once lively lands, blessed with magic and prosperity, now lay in ruins. Kingdoms fell, cities were razed, and countless lives were lost in the wake of the divine conflict. The mortals, who had once looked up to the gods with reverence and hope, now faced a grim reality shaped by the gods' war. Their pleas for mercy went unheard as the gods' fury unleashed chaos upon their lives. Amidst the rubble and ruin, a few gods emerged as survivors, their strength and resolve tested to the limit. These weary victors, their powers diminished and their spirits scarred, stood amidst the remnants of their former glory. They had survived the inferno of divine conflict, but at a great cost. The universe, once a harmonious creation of divine will, had been shattered and reshaped by the war. In the aftermath, the gods were left to confront the enormity of what had transpired. The great divine war had not only altered the physical world, but had also left a deep mark on the hearts of those who had witnessed it. The gods, once symbols of omnipotence, now faced a new reality, one where their power was no longer absolute and their unity forever fractured. As the echoes of battle faded, the gods faced the daunting task of rebuilding. The universe, scarred by their conflict, lay in ruins, and the road to healing was long and uncertain. The gods, now weary and humbled, set about the arduous task of restoring what had been lost and forging a new path for the cosmos. The last great divine war was a poignant reminder of the fragility of even the most powerful beings. It was a story of triumph and tragedy, of gods who once wielded unparalleled might now grappling with the consequences of their actions. The universe, forever changed, stood as a testament to the enduring struggle between creation and destruction, a reminder of the delicate balance that holds all things together. The world held its breath as the gods prepared to leave. The sky, once filled with their divine light and splendor, began to dim as the great exodus unfolded. The mortal realms, once blessed with the gods' presence, now faced an uncertain future as the divine beings gathered to depart. It was a moment of profound sorrow and awe, a turning point that would reshape the lives of everyone below. The gods, their faces etched with both resolve and sadness, stood at the edge of their celestial domains. Their departure was not a sudden decision, but the culmination of eons of shifting destinies and changing wills. The once vibrant heavens, where their magnificent palaces gleamed, were now shrouded in a mournful twilight. Each god, with their unique aura and essence, prepared to leave behind the world they had once shaped and nurtured. Mortal eyes gazed upward with a mix of wonder and despair. They saw the gods' departure not merely as a physical leaving but as the end of an era. Temples that had once rung with the sounds of worship and celebration fell silent. The very essence of the divine, which had permeated their lives, began to fade. The gods, once central figures in their existence, were now stepping away from the stage they had so long graced. As the gods ascended, the heavens themselves seemed to mourn. Celestial paths of light and color twisted and turned in sorrowful patterns, echoing the gods' own sadness. The gods' final moments in the mortal world were marked by a bittersweet farewell, a final glance back at the realms they had cherished and shaped. The divine light that had once bathed the world in warmth now dimmed, leaving only the shadows of its former glory. The reasons for their departure were as varied as the gods themselves. Some sought to escape the turmoil that had marred their once harmonious existence. The scars of the last great divine war and the mounting discontent among the gods had made their continued presence in the mortal realms untenable. For others, it was a quest for renewal, a need to find solace and purpose in distant, untouched corners of the cosmos where their presence could bring new beginnings. As the gods departed, they left behind echoes of their divine essence. Ancient texts, once sacred to their worshippers, spoke of their journey to new realms of existence, places where they could find peace or continue their grand designs away from the chaos they had left behind. Some believed they traveled to hidden dimensions, others to far-flung corners of the universe, where their influence could still be felt but no longer seen. For the gods who departed, the act of leaving was both a release and a sacrifice. They were abandoning the worlds they had once governed, leaving behind a tapestry of divine influence woven into the very fabric of existence. The departure was a poignant moment of reflection, a realization that their time in the mortal realms had come to an end, and their next chapters lay in unknown territories. The mortals, left to grapple with the absence of their divine guardians, faced an uncertain future. The balance of power and the guiding light of the gods were no longer present to guide them. They now had to confront their own destiny, relying on their resilience and wisdom to navigate the changes wrought by the gods' departure. In the aftermath of the Exodus, the gods' departure became a legend, a story passed down through generations. It was a tale of departure and loss, of the end of an era and the beginning of a new chapter. The gods had left behind not just their temples and statues, but a profound legacy that would continue to shape the mortal world in ways both seen and unseen. As the divine light faded from the sky, the world below began to rebuild and adapt. The absence of the gods marked the end of an era, but also the dawn of a new one, filled with both the echoes of the past and the promise of a future shaped by the enduring spirit of the mortals who remained. The world was still reeling from the gods' departure when a new and profound shift began. The heavens that had once been vibrant with divine presence now held an empty space, a void eagerly waiting to be filled. From this emptiness, new powers began to emerge, each one stepping into the roles once held by the departed deities. The air crackled with anticipation, and the world below watched in awe and trepidation as fresh forces took shape and seized their place in the grand tapestry of existence. As the old gods faded into the distance, whispers of change echoed across the land. The skies, once dominated by the celestial brilliance of the divine, now gave rise to strange and wondrous phenomena. The stars seemed to shimmer with new patterns, and the winds carried the promise of something unprecedented. These were not just fleeting sensations, but the harbingers of a new era, where the balance of power would shift, and new beings would take the stage. Emerging from the shadows of this grand transition were the demigods, offspring of the old gods or new entities forged from the chaos and potential of the divine void. These beings were unlike any that had come before. They possessed a blend of mortal and divine traits, an extraordinary mix that made them both formidable and relatable. With powers that could rival those of the departed gods and hearts that beat with the passion and struggle of mortal existence, they embodied the bridge between what was and what could be. Among these new powers, there were those who arose from humble beginnings, their strength and influence growing as they navigated the shifting currents of the world. Some were born from the chaos left in the wake of the gods' departure, forged in the fires of trials and tribulations. Others emerged from the collective hopes and fears of mortals, rising as symbols of new possibilities and fresh beginnings. The rise of these new entities was not without its challenges. The world, still echoing with the memory of the old gods, watched with a mixture of reverence and skepticism. The new powers, though mighty, had to prove their worth. They were tested by both mortals and the remnants of the old divine order. These trials were not just battles of strength, but tests of wisdom, compassion, and the very essence of their being. As the new powers took shape, they began to influence the world in ways that were both profound and intimate. They reached into the lives of mortals, offering guidance and intervention, but also demanding respect and acknowledgement. Their presence was a reminder of the enduring connection between the divine and the earthly, a bond that continued to shape the fate of the world. In the midst of this transformation, stories began to spread about the new powers. Legends were born, recounting their deeds and defining their roles in the new cosmic order. The tales of their rise were filled with drama and triumph, capturing the imaginations of those who lived through the change. These narratives became the foundation of a new mythology, one that would be passed down through generations, telling of the shift from the old gods to the new forces that now shaped the cosmos. The impact of the new powers on the world was both exhilarating and unsettling. As they began to take on the roles of the departed gods, they introduced new aspects of divine influence. The balance of the universe was being rewritten, and with it came a host of opportunities and challenges. The landscape of existence was changing, and the new powers were at the forefront of this transformation, guiding and reshaping the world in their image. The departure of the old gods and the rise of new powers was a dramatic chapter in the grand saga of existence. It marked the end of an era, but also the beginning of a new one, filled with promise and uncertainty. As the world adjusted to this new reality, the new entities continued to assert their presence, their stories intertwining with the lives of mortals and shaping the future in ways both grand and intimate. In the heart of this new age, the emergence of these new powers served as a powerful reminder of the ever-changing nature of existence. They were not just replacements, but symbols of the enduring cycle of creation and transformation that defines the universe. Their rise was a testament to the resilience and adaptability of both the divine and mortal realms, a reflection of the eternal dance between the old and the new. As the world adjusted to the new order of existence, echoes of the past remained, hidden yet hauntingly present. Among the remnants of the old divine reign, relics of the gods began to surface, each one a silent witness to the grandeur that once was. These artifacts were not merely objects, they were vessels of power, steeped in mystery and carrying the essence of the gods themselves. The discovery of these relics sparked a frenzy of wonder and trepidation, as their powers and the myths surrounding them began to capture the collective imagination. The first relics emerged from the shadows of forgotten temples and hidden vaults. Ancient texts spoke of their existence, but seeing them with one's own eyes was a different experience altogether. Each artifact was a masterpiece, intricately designed and imbued with a divine aura that could be felt even from a distance. They were often adorned with symbols and runes, their surfaces worn yet still radiant with an otherworldly light. One of the most famous relics was the celestial crown, a golden diadem said to have once adorned a god of wisdom. Legends told that it could bestow incredible insight upon its wearer, revealing hidden truths and unraveling the deepest mysteries of the universe. When it was discovered, its mere presence sent ripples through the world. Scholars and adventurers alike flocked to study it, hoping to unlock its secrets. Yet, despite their efforts, the crown remained as enigmatic as ever, its power manifesting only in fleeting glimpses and elusive whispers. Another relic was the thunderbolt of the sky, a weapon that once belonged to a god of storms and thunder. The thunderbolt, which looked like a jagged spear of pure energy, had the ability to summon storms and control the weather. When it was unearthed, it was as if the sky itself had been disturbed. Storms raged with an intensity not seen in centuries, and the air crackled with electrical energy. The thunderbolt became a symbol of both awe and fear, its power reminding mortals of the unpredictable nature of the gods. Then there was the eternal flame, a small, unassuming ember encased in a crystal vial. This flame was said to have been a gift from a goddess of life, holding the power to heal and rejuvenate. The relic's discovery brought hope to many, as it was believed that the flame could cure ailments and restore vitality. Its warmth seemed to radiate a gentle comfort, offering solace to those who were suffering. Yet, it also came with a warning: the flame's power was not to be taken lightly, for it could burn with an intensity that could consume as easily as it could heal. The myths surrounding these relics were as captivating as the artifacts themselves. Stories spoke of gods wielding these items in epic battles, of heroes seeking them out on perilous quests, and of the dire consequences of misusing their power. Each relic was wrapped in a web of legend and lore, making them more than mere objects, but symbols of the divine forces that had once shaped the world. Mortals who came into contact with these relics experienced profound transformations. Some claimed to receive visions or messages from the gods, while others found themselves endowed with newfound abilities or insights. The relics acted as conduits between the divine and the mortal, bridging the gap between the past and the present. Yet, they also carried a heavy burden, as their powers were not always easily controlled and could lead to unforeseen consequences. As the relics were studied and handled, their presence sparked a renewed sense of reverence and curiosity. People from all walks of life sought to understand their significance and harness their power. Temples were built to house them, and rituals were established to honor their legacy. The relics became focal points of cultural and spiritual significance, drawing people together in their shared quest to connect with the divine. Yet, the relics also served as a reminder of the gods' absence. Their discovery and the legends surrounding them were bittersweet, evoking both admiration and a profound sense of loss. They symbolized a time when the divine was more tangible and the connection between gods and mortals was more direct. In their presence, mortals could almost feel the echoes of the divine, a reminder of the grandeur that had once shaped their world. In the end, the relics of the gods became a poignant testament to the legacy of the divine. They were not just artifacts, but carriers of stories, power, and the enduring spirit of the gods who had once walked among mortals. Their discovery marked a chapter in the ever-unfolding story of existence, bridging the past and present in a way that was both magical and melancholic. The legends of the sunken realms echo through time like a haunting melody, their stories whispered on the wind and inscribed in ancient texts. These myths speak of lost civilizations that once thrived under the gaze of the gods, only to be swallowed by the depths of the earth or lost beneath the waves of the oceans. Their tales are not just of grandeur but of profound sorrow and mystery, evoking a sense of longing for what has been lost forever. One of the most poignant myths is that of Atlantis, a grand city said to have been blessed by the gods with unparalleled beauty and wisdom. According to the legend, Atlantis was a beacon of civilization, its people living in harmony with the divine. They built temples that reached for the heavens and crafted wonders that dazzled even the gods themselves. But their prosperity bred pride, and their devotion turned into arrogance. The gods, displeased by their hubris, decided to teach them a lesson. One fateful day, the earth shook with a fury unseen before. Mountains trembled, and the sea roared as Atlantis was swallowed whole, its magnificent spires sinking beneath the waves. The once great city became a ghostly shadow beneath the ocean, its ruins a haunting reminder of the fragility of greatness. Another tale tells of Lemuria, a vast and lush continent that existed in a time long forgotten. Lemuria was said to be a land of eternal spring, where the gods walked among mortals and shared their wisdom freely. The Lemurians were known for their deep connection with nature and their spiritual harmony. Yet, like Atlantis, their downfall came from within. Their unbridled ambition led them to attempt to harness the very forces that had once been their blessing. They sought to control the power of the gods, to bend it to their will. In a cataclysmic event, the earth split open, and Lemuria was engulfed by the very forces it sought to command. The continent vanished beneath the ocean, and the Lemurians were lost to history, their civilization becoming nothing more than a faint whisper on the wind. The myth of the sunken city of Ys adds another layer to this tragic tapestry. Ys was a city built on the edge of a great sea, protected by powerful magic and ruled by a line of kings blessed by the gods. Its people lived in luxury, their city a marvel of art and culture. However, their prosperity came at a price. Their king made a pact with a sea deity, promising to sacrifice the city's most beautiful treasures in exchange for protection. When the king's promises were not fulfilled, the sea deity grew furious. In a single, catastrophic night, the sea rose, and Ys was dragged beneath the waves, its treasures and people lost to the depths. The city's disappearance was marked by a chorus of wailing, said to be the lament of the sea itself, mourning the betrayal of its once favored city. The stories of these sunken realms are more than just tales of loss, they are a reflection of the gods' power and the delicate balance between mortals and the divine. They speak to the grandeur that can arise from divine favor and the devastation that can follow when that favor is lost. The myths remind us that even the mightiest of civilizations are vulnerable to the whims of the gods and the forces of nature. The sunken realms also serve as symbols of our own fragility. The grandeur and beauty of these lost cities are a testament to what humanity can achieve, but also a cautionary tale of the consequences of overreaching. The echoes of these lost civilizations resonate through time, their stories a powerful reminder of the impermanence of existence and the need for humility before the divine forces that shape our world. In the present day, the myths of these sunken realms continue to captivate the imagination. Explorers and scholars dream of discovering the ruins of Atlantis or Lemuria, hoping to uncover the secrets that lie beneath the waves. The tales of these lost cities are often referenced in literature, art, and popular culture, each retelling adding new layers to their mystique. The allure of these ancient civilizations is not just about their lost treasures or their grand achievements, but about the profound emotional resonance of their stories. The sunken realms are not merely about what was lost, but about the enduring impact of their legends. They evoke a sense of wonder and melancholy, reminding us of the grandeur of what once was and the enduring hope that one day, the mysteries of the past might be revealed. The myths of these lost civilizations are a testament to the timeless human quest for understanding and the poignant beauty of what it means to lose something great. In the dimmest corners of forgotten temples and the whispered echoes of ancient prophecies, there stirs a timeless promise: the gods will one day return. This promise has haunted human dreams and ambitions for centuries, a beacon of hope and fear wrapped in the tapestry of myth and forewarning. The return of the gods is not just a tale of divine resurgence, but a poignant story that speaks to our deepest fears and greatest hopes. Prophecies speak of omens and signs that herald the gods' return, each a dramatic event that shakes the world and awakens ancient memories. One of the most enduring myths describes the signs that will precede the gods' arrival. The earth will tremble as if it is trying to shed its old skin, mountains will crack open to reveal hidden fires, and rivers will run with a strange, new hue. The sky will darken with unnatural storms, and constellations will shift, revealing patterns never before seen. Such signs are not just meteorological curiosities, but profound messages from the divine, signaling that the cosmic balance is about to be restored or disrupted. In these prophecies, the gods' return is often tied to moments of great upheaval. It is said that the gods will come when the world is on the brink of destruction or in need of profound change. This might be a time of great suffering or moral decay, a period when humanity has lost its way and needs the guiding hand of the divine. The arrival of the gods is depicted as both a blessing and a reckoning. It is an opportunity for redemption and a chance to rebuild, but it also brings with it the weight of past failures and the need to confront old mistakes. The myths are filled with stories of how individuals or groups will recognize these omens. Ancient texts often describe wise sages or seers who will interpret the signs and announce the gods' impending return. These figures are portrayed with a mix of reverence and trepidation, for their knowledge carries both the burden of responsibility and the peril of misunderstanding. Their prophecies might be cryptic or straightforward, but they all share a common theme: the return of the gods will mark a significant shift in the world's order, bringing both salvation and challenge. The emotional impact of these prophecies is profound. Imagine a world where the mundane and the extraordinary are about to collide. People living their daily lives, unaware of the cosmic drama unfolding around them, suddenly see their world transformed by signs of the divine. The sky might split with a blaze of unnatural light, casting eerie shadows on the earth below. Nature itself seems to be rebelling, with storms and earthquakes disrupting the rhythm of life. In this chaos, there is both awe and fear, a sense of wonder at the scale of what is happening and a deep anxiety about the unknown. Stories of the gods' return also evoke a sense of longing and nostalgia. These ancient deities, once worshipped and revered, represent a time when the divine was more tangible in human life. Their return is seen as a restoration of a lost connection, a chance to reconnect with something greater than oneself. For many, it represents a hope that the divine will come to right wrongs, heal the broken, and bring about a new era of peace and understanding. But there is also an undercurrent of dread in these myths. The gods' return is often accompanied by the need for sacrifices or trials. There may be a requirement for the people to prove their worthiness or to undergo a period of great trial and tribulation. The gods come not just to save but to test, to challenge humanity's readiness to accept divine intervention. This duality of salvation and judgment creates a powerful emotional tension, as people yearn for divine help while fearing the consequences of their actions and the scrutiny that may follow. The stories of the gods' return also highlight humanity's relationship with the divine. They reflect a deep-seated desire for intervention in times of crisis and a recognition of the limits of human power. These myths remind us of the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding and the awe-inspiring nature of the divine. They touch upon our most profound emotions: hope, fear, guilt, and the longing for redemption. As the signs and omens unfold, they ignite a sense of anticipation and urgency. The world becomes a stage where every event, every change in the environment, is seen through the lens of prophecy. People prepare themselves spiritually and practically for the moment when the gods will step back into the world. There is a collective holding of breath, a communal readiness for a shift that promises to redefine everything. In the end, the prophecies about the gods' return are more than just stories. They are a reflection of humanity's deepest yearnings and fears, a testament to our ongoing quest for meaning and connection with the divine. The return of the gods symbolizes a moment of profound transformation, a chance to confront our past and to embrace a future shaped by the touch of the divine. These myths resonate with us not just because of their dramatic imagery, but because they speak to the core of what it means to hope for something greater and to seek redemption in a world that constantly changes. In the shadows of ancient temples and hidden grottos, there are mortals who hold the weight of divine responsibility upon their shoulders. These are the chosen ones, the guardians of secrets and relics that belong to the gods. Their stories are both awe-inspiring and heartrending, reflecting a blend of honor, sacrifice, and a profound connection to the divine. Every guardian starts as an ordinary person, plucked from the ebb and flow of daily life. Yet, their destinies are altered forever by a divine choice or a fateful event. It could be a mysterious encounter with a god, a prophetic vision, or a moment of extraordinary courage. These mortals are selected not just for their bravery or wisdom, but for their deep, unshakable sense of duty and their capacity to protect what is sacred. Imagine being chosen to guard a relic of immense power, something that once belonged to a god. This relic is not just a physical object, but a symbol of divine presence and influence. It might be an ancient weapon, a sacred scroll, or a jewel imbued with magical properties. The responsibility of protecting such an artifact is immense. It means safeguarding it from those who would misuse it, ensuring that its power is not unleashed recklessly, and keeping it hidden from those who seek to exploit or destroy it. The guardians live lives of secrecy and vigilance. Their duty often requires them to live apart from society, in remote locations that offer both protection and isolation. Their homes might be hidden within sacred groves, beneath ancient ruins, or in the depths of forbidding mountains. This separation from the world allows them to focus solely on their sacred task, but it also means they live in constant solitude, separated from family and friends. Their only companions are the relics they protect and the memories of the gods who entrusted them with this sacred duty. These guardians endure personal sacrifices that go beyond mere inconvenience. The burden of their role can weigh heavily on their hearts. They might face threats from those who seek to steal or destroy the relics they guard. They live with the constant fear of failure, knowing that a single lapse in vigilance could lead to disaster. They must also grapple with the isolation that comes from their unique role. While they are honored, their life is one of loneliness, marked by an unending commitment to a cause greater than themselves. Yet, there is a profound sense of fulfillment that comes with their duty. Each guardian knows that they are part of something far larger than themselves. They are the bridge between the divine and the mortal, the protectors of a legacy that transcends time. They carry with them the weight of divine trust and the hope that their vigilance will preserve the sacred for future generations. Their sacrifices are often rewarded with moments of grace or divine favor. Occasionally, a guardian might receive a sign from the gods, an omen, a dream, or a blessing that reaffirms their purpose and provides solace amidst the trials they face. These moments are rare but deeply moving, serving as reminders of the divine presence in their lives and the importance of their mission. The legends of these guardians are filled with stories of courage and perseverance. There are tales of guardians who have withstood sieges, faced down evil forces, and endured unimaginable hardships. Their stories are not just of bravery, but of deep devotion and an unwavering sense of duty. These are the people who have stood as the last line of defense against the misuse of divine power, who have kept sacred knowledge from falling into the wrong hands, and who have ensured that the legacy of the gods endures. The emotional impact of these stories is profound. They remind us of the strength of the human spirit and the power of unwavering commitment. The guardians' tales are a testament to the sacrifices made in the name of duty and the profound connection that can exist between mortals and the divine. Their lives are a powerful reminder of the responsibilities that come with great power and the honor of serving a cause greater than oneself. In the end, the guardians of the divine are more than just protectors of relics or secrets. They are symbols of the enduring connection between humanity and the gods, of the sacrifices made to keep sacred things safe, and of the unbreakable bond that ties mortals to the divine. Their stories are etched into the fabric of myth and legend, a poignant reminder of the profound responsibilities and deep emotional ties that come with guarding the sacred. In the quiet corners of ancient libraries and hidden sanctuaries, there are texts and voices that hold the keys to divine mysteries. These sacred texts and oracles preserve the whispers of the gods and the stories of ages past. Their presence is a touchstone to a forgotten time, and their words echo with the weight of history and reverence. The sacred texts, often written in cryptic scripts and bound in precious materials, are more than just books. They are vessels of divine wisdom, containing the myths and teachings handed down from the gods. These texts are revered not merely for their content, but for their very existence. Each page is imbued with the sacredness of its origin, and every inscription is a piece of a divine puzzle that connects mortals with the celestial. Imagine holding a text that once rested in the hands of a seer or priestess, a text that was written with the hope of bridging the gap between the divine and the human. The pages are delicate, and the ink is faded, but the power within them is palpable. These texts are often hidden away in secret chambers or guarded by ancient rites, their contents revealed only to those deemed worthy. To read them is to step into the presence of the gods, to touch the echoes of their voices, and to understand their will. Oracles are the living conduits to this divine knowledge. They are individuals chosen by the gods to receive and interpret their messages. Their role is both revered and daunting. Oracles are seen as intermediaries, their words seen as direct communications from the divine. They often live in seclusion, their lives a blend of rigorous rituals and profound insights. They might enter trances or perform sacred rites to receive their visions, which are then interpreted and shared with those who seek guidance. The words of an oracle are not just predictions, they are lifelines. They offer insights into the future and reveal hidden truths. The process of receiving an oracle's message can be intense and transformative. The oracles often speak in riddles or cryptic phrases, their utterances woven with layers of meaning that must be carefully unpacked. These messages can change the course of lives and shape the destiny of nations. For those who seek the guidance of an oracle, the experience is deeply emotional and transformative. The weight of the divine words can be overwhelming, but also profoundly enlightening. To hear an oracle speak is to experience a moment of direct contact with the divine, a moment that can alter one's understanding of the world and their place in it. The sacred texts and the oracles play a crucial role in keeping the myths of the gods alive. They are the custodians of divine history and the keepers of ancient wisdom. Their presence ensures that the stories of the gods continue to be told and remembered. Each text and oracle preserves a piece of a larger tapestry, a story that links the past with the present and the divine with the mortal. Their preservation is often fraught with challenges. Over time, texts can deteriorate, and oracles can fade into obscurity. The task of maintaining and safeguarding these treasures is a solemn responsibility. The scribes who copy the texts and the scholars who study them are often seen as bearers of a sacred duty, their work a tribute to the gods and a service to future generations. The emotional impact of these sacred texts and oracles is profound. They are the keepers of hope, guidance, and connection to the divine. Their words carry the weight of centuries and the wisdom of gods, providing solace and inspiration to those who seek it. The guardians of these texts and the voices of the oracles serve as a bridge between the human and the divine, ensuring that the myths and teachings of the gods continue to inspire and guide. In every whispered prophecy and every faded manuscript, there lies a story of faith, hope, and the enduring connection between mortals and the divine. The sacred texts and oracles are more than just relics of the past, they are living symbols of the eternal bond that ties humanity to the gods. Their presence is a reminder of the power of belief, the depth of divine wisdom, and the enduring legacy of the sacred. At the heart of human storytelling, gods are far from static figures, they are dynamic beings who evolve and adapt through the ages. The transformation of the gods across cultures and epochs is a testament to the ever-changing landscape of human belief and experience. These divine beings, once revered in their original forms, often undergo profound changes that reflect the shifting values, fears, and hopes of different societies. Consider the gods who started as mighty, formidable entities with roles defined by their power and majesty. As centuries passed, they were reinterpreted by new generations who saw them through different lenses. What began as fierce deities of war and chaos could, over time, be transformed into symbols of wisdom and peace. This shift is not just about changing roles, it's about reshaping the very essence of these gods to fit new cultural narratives and spiritual needs. In ancient Greece, gods like Zeus and Athena were initially seen as powerful rulers of the cosmos, their stories filled with grand adventures and divine intrigues. Over time, as Greek society evolved and came into contact with different cultures, these gods were reimagined. Zeus, once a god of thunder and king of the heavens, became a symbol of justice and order in philosophical contexts. Athena, the warrior goddess of wisdom, was also seen as a patron of the arts and learning. This evolution reflects a shift from a focus on physical power to an appreciation for wisdom and cultural advancement. Similarly, in the Indian subcontinent, deities like Vishnu and Shiva have undergone significant transformations. Vishnu, initially a god of preservation and cosmic order, was later worshipped in various incarnations like Rama and Krishna. Each incarnation reflected different aspects of divinity that addressed the needs and values of the times. Shiva, known for his fierce and destructive aspects, was also revered as a compassionate deity of transformation and renewal. These changes illustrate how gods can adapt to the spiritual and cultural currents of the age. In Norse mythology, the gods of Asgard, Odin, Thor, and Loki, underwent transformations as well. Odin, once a god of war and wisdom, became associated with the search for knowledge and the mystical runes. Thor, the thunder god, was reinterpreted in modern times as a hero of strength and protector, fitting into the narratives of contemporary culture. Loki, the trickster, who was once a figure of chaos and mischief, has been reimagined in various ways, from a villain to an anti-hero in popular culture. These shifts reflect changing attitudes towards power, chaos, and heroism. The transformation of gods is not merely a matter of changing roles or attributes, it also reflects deeper shifts in human understanding and values. As societies progress, their gods often mirror their evolving needs and perspectives. Gods who were once feared or revered for their destructive power might become symbols of protection and benevolence. This evolution can be seen as a way for humanity to reconcile its fears and aspirations with the divine. One poignant example is the transformation of the Egyptian goddess Isis. Originally the deity of magic and motherhood, Isis was worshipped for her protective qualities and her role as a nurturing mother. As Egypt interacted with other cultures, Isis's image spread across the Mediterranean and was reinterpreted as a universal mother figure. Her transformation from a local deity to a global symbol reflects the way gods can transcend cultural boundaries and adapt to new contexts. The evolution of gods is also a reflection of human creativity and resilience. As societies face new challenges and undergo profound changes, the gods they worship evolve to offer guidance and comfort. This process is both a response to changing circumstances and an expression of the enduring human need to connect with the divine. Gods are reinterpreted not just to fit new narratives, but to resonate with the ever-changing experiences of human life. The transformation of gods highlights a fundamental truth about divinity: it is not fixed but fluid, shaped by the people who revere it. This adaptability allows gods to remain relevant and meaningful across different eras and cultures. It shows that the divine is not just a static concept, but a living, breathing part of human experience. As we look at the evolving stories of gods, we see a reflection of our own journeys and transformations. The gods, in their many forms, are a mirror to our evolving beliefs, hopes, and struggles. Their stories are not just ancient myths, but living narratives that continue to shape and be shaped by the human spirit. Each transformation of a god is a chapter in a larger story of humanity's quest for understanding and connection with the divine. These changes remind us that the divine, like us, is in a state of constant evolution, always adapting to the shifting tides of time and culture. In the void left behind by departed gods, a profound silence falls over the universe. The heavens, once bustling with divine figures and their mighty deeds, are now empty. But the cosmos does not remain idle. Amid this emptiness, new entities emerge, not with the thunderous power of gods, but with a quiet, enduring strength. These beings are the eternal watchers, guardians who maintain the cosmic balance in a world where the gods are no more. Imagine a vast, boundless sea where the waves once danced to the rhythm of celestial hands. Now, the sea lies still, and the sky stretches wide and silent. In this silence, a new kind of vigilance takes shape. The eternal watchers, invisible to mortal eyes yet ever present, step in to ensure that the cosmic scales do not tip into chaos. Their role is not one of glory or grandeur, but of a profound, unyielding duty. These watchers are not gods in the traditional sense. They lack the form or the mythic drama of divine beings who once commanded storms or wielded thunderbolts. Instead, they embody the essence of balance and equilibrium, the silent keepers of order. They are the custodians of harmony, whose presence is felt rather than seen, whose actions are subtle rather than grandiose. The absence of gods creates a vacuum, a space where old energies and powers once roamed freely. In this void, the eternal watchers emerge not from a place of conflict or ambition, but from a deep necessity. Their purpose is to mend the threads of the cosmic fabric, to ensure that the universe continues to function smoothly despite the absence of its former rulers. Consider the vast expanse of the cosmos, where galaxies spin and stars burn with ancient fire. Without the gods, the universe could easily spiral into disarray. Chaos, once held at bay by divine intervention, threatens to seep in. The eternal watchers step in with a quiet resolve, their existence a testament to the enduring nature of balance and the need for guardianship. Their presence is marked by subtle changes. Stars that might have gone supernova without oversight are stabilized. Celestial bodies that drift dangerously are nudged back into their proper paths. The cosmic balance, once maintained by divine hands, now finds a new steward in these eternal entities. Their vigilance ensures that the natural order persists, that the universe remains a place of beauty and stability. The Eternal Watchers are driven by a sense of duty rather than desire. Their actions are not driven by the need for worship or acknowledgement. Instead, they work silently, their influence felt in the stability of the cosmos and the continuation of life's delicate dance. They are the unsung heroes of the universe, their stories written not in epic battles or grand celebrations, but in the quiet harmony of existence. Their role is both poignant and essential. In a world once shaped by gods who were loved and feared, the Watchers offer a different kind of reassurance. They provide stability in the face of change, continuity in the midst of transformation. Their presence is a comforting reminder that, even in the absence of the divine, the universe is cared for and protected. The Eternal Watchers are also a reflection of human hopes and fears. Just as mortals once looked to gods for protection and guidance, so too do they now find solace in the idea of these unseen guardians. The Watchers embody the belief that even in the darkest times, there are forces at work to maintain the balance, to ensure that the universe remains a place of wonder and possibility. As the cosmos moves forward, the role of the Eternal Watchers becomes ever more crucial. They are the custodians of an ongoing legacy, the caretakers of a universe that continues to unfold in the absence of its former divine rulers. Their quiet, unceasing vigilance is a testament to the enduring nature of balance and harmony, even when the grand narratives of gods and heroes have faded into history. Their presence is a reminder of the unbroken continuity of existence. Even when the gods are gone, their essence persists in the form of these eternal entities who watch over the universe with a gentle, unwavering gaze. The cosmic balance, maintained by the Watchers, ensures that the story of the universe continues, a story of resilience, stability, and the quiet strength of guardianship. In the shadow of gods who once ruled the skies and the earth, new pantheons rise, born from the remnants of ancient divine legacies. These fresh assemblies of deities emerged not from a place of emptiness, but from the fertile ground left by the old gods, each god of this new era shaping their own stories and destinies. Imagine a world where the once great gods, who commanded storms and waged epic battles, are no longer at the forefront. Their absence leaves behind not just a void but a fertile ground for new divine beings to step into the light. The new pantheons, distinct from their predecessors, emerge as a testament to the evolving nature of belief and power. They are born from the echoes of the old gods, yet they carve out their own unique identities and roles. These new deities are not mere imitations of the old. They rise with fresh attributes and roles, reflecting the changing needs and dreams of the world. They inherit the weight of ancient myths and the aura of divine power, but adapt them to fit a new age. Their stories are infused with both reverence for the old and a vibrant energy that speaks to the present and the future. So, as we gaze at the stars and ponder the mysteries of existence, let us carry with us the profound hope of these ancient stories. The end of time, while daunting, is also a promise of new beginnings, a reminder that from the greatest darkness comes the brightest light. This eternal cycle of destruction and creation is a testament to the resilience of the universe and the boundless potential of life itself. In the silence of a starlit night, when the universe seems to whisper its secrets to those who listen, the legacy of the first gods echoes through time. These primordial beings, born from the void and shaped by the raw forces of creation, left an indelible mark on the cosmos, a mark that endures even as their names fade into legend. These first gods were the architects of existence, weaving the very fabric of reality with their divine hands. They sculpted the heavens, set the stars ablaze, and breathed life into the universe. Their power was vast and unrestrained, a force that shaped the world in its most fundamental form. They created the mountains and the oceans, the winds that howl across the plains, and the gentle breezes that whisper through the trees. Every natural wonder, every breathtaking view, and every intricate detail of the cosmos can trace its origins back to their divine artistry. Their influence wasn't limited to the physical world alone. The first gods also forged the laws that govern the universe. They established the rhythms of time and the cycles of nature, creating the dance of day and night and the changing of the seasons. Their divine decrees set the boundaries of existence and defined the rules that all beings, mortal and immortal, would follow. Yet, their legacy is not only in the grandeur of creation but also in the profound impact they had on the lives of those who came after them. Their myths, stories, and teachings shaped the values and beliefs of countless generations. The ancient cultures that worshipped them built temples in their honor, carved their images into stone, and told tales of their deeds to inspire awe and reverence. These stories became the foundation of human culture, passed down through the ages, and became woven into the very fabric of human history. The first gods also represented the archetypes of power, wisdom, and compassion. They were more than just distant creators, they were also personal guardians and guides. They interacted with mortals, sometimes directly, sometimes through omens or signs, shaping destinies and guiding heroes. Their presence was a reminder of the divine in everyday life, a connection between the mortal and the immortal. As time passed and new gods arose, the influence of the first gods did not wane. Instead, their legacy transformed, adapting to the changing needs and understandings of humanity. Their stories were reinterpreted and reshaped, but the core of their impact remained. They became symbols of the eternal struggle between order and chaos, the balance of power, and the quest for knowledge. Their teachings continue to inspire those who sought to understand the mysteries of existence and the nature of the divine. Even in an age where the old gods are no longer worshipped in the same way, their legacy persists. Their stories are retold in literature, art, and culture. Their names live on in the languages and traditions of countless societies. The natural world still bears the marks of their creative touch, and the laws of the cosmos still follow the patterns they established. Their influence is woven into the very essence of existence, a timeless reminder of the profound impact that these first gods had on the universe. As we look up at the stars or ponder the mysteries of life, we are reminded of their enduring legacy. The first gods, with their incredible power and wisdom, shaped the universe and left a mark that can never be erased. Their stories and their creations continue to inspire awe and wonder, a testament to their timeless presence in the cosmic tapestry. Their legacy is not just a memory of what once was but a living force that continues to shape our understanding of the universe. It is a reminder that even as time moves forward and the old gods fade into legend, their impact endures. Their creations, their laws, and their teachings still resonate through the cosmos, a lasting tribute to their divine influence. In every sunrise and sunset, in every breath of wind and ripple of water, the legacy of the first gods can be felt. Their impact is a silent, powerful force that continues to shape the universe, a reminder of the profound and eternal connection between the divine and the mortal. The universe whispers a tale of endless renewal, a story written in the stars and etched into the very fabric of existence. It speaks of a grand, eternal cycle, one of creation and destruction that binds every corner of the cosmos in a timeless dance. This cycle, beautiful and heartbreaking, reveals a truth that is as old as time itself, that in every end, there is a new beginning. Picture the birth of a star. From the void of space, a brilliant light emerges, a celestial flame ignited by the fusion of cosmic elements. This star grows, shines, and becomes a beacon of hope and life in the dark expanse. For eons, it burns brightly, creating the elements that make up planets and life itself. It is a symbol of creation's power, a reminder of the universe's endless potential. Yet, even as the star burns brightly, it is destined to face its own end. The moment of destruction is both awe-inspiring and devastating. The star's death can come in many forms, an explosive supernova or a quiet collapse into a black hole. In this moment of destruction, the star's light dims, and its once glorious existence becomes a memory. The remnants scatter across the cosmos, seeding new worlds, elements, and possibilities. This cycle of birth and death is not confined to stars alone. It stretches to every corner of existence, from the grandest galaxies to the smallest particles of life. Think of the earth beneath our feet. Mountains rise through volcanic eruptions, only to be eroded and reshaped by wind and water over time. Forests grow from tiny seeds into vast, vibrant ecosystems, and then fall to decay, nurturing new growth. Each stage of this cycle is a testament to the eternal rhythm of creation and destruction. In the realm of living beings, the cycle is just as profound. Life begins with a spark, a heartbeat, a breath, a first cry. It grows, evolves, and experiences joy and sorrow, triumph and defeat. And when life ends, it leaves behind a legacy, a memory, a lesson, or a contribution to the world. The cycle continues as new lives begin, influenced by the remnants of those that came before. This is the heart of existence itself, a never-ending loop of beginnings and endings, of creating and letting go. Across cultures and beliefs, this cycle is celebrated and feared, revered and lamented. Ancient myths speak of gods who create worlds and then, through their own acts of destruction, make way for new creations. In these stories, gods are not just distant figures, they are participants in the eternal dance, embodying the very principles of change and renewal. Their actions remind us that destruction is not merely an end, but a necessary step towards something new and beautiful. Even as we witness the impact of this cycle in our lives and the world around us, we cannot help but feel a sense of melancholy and awe. The knowledge that everything we cherish will eventually fade into the past brings a poignant beauty to our experiences. It underscores the preciousness of every moment and the significance of every choice we make. Every birth, every death, every creation, and every destruction is a part of this grand, cosmic narrative. In this dance of creation and destruction, there is a profound sense of connection, a reminder that we are all part of a larger whole. Every change, every cycle, is a thread in the vast tapestry of existence, weaving together the past, present, and future. It is a reminder that while we may witness the end of things we hold dear, these ends are also the seeds of new beginnings. As we look up at the night sky or contemplate the world around us, we become part of this eternal cycle. We see the beauty in the stars and the earth, in the rise and fall of life. We understand that our own lives, too, are bound to this rhythm, and that through every end, there is a chance for renewal. The cycle of creation and destruction is not just a cosmic truth, but a profound part of our own journey, a reminder of the beauty, the fragility, and the eternal potential that lies within every moment. Every myth, every story of the gods, carries with it a whisper of wisdom, a lesson wrapped in the guise of the divine. These ancient tales, though filled with gods and heroes, hold truths that touch the very essence of what it means to be human. They teach us about the struggles and triumphs of the divine, mirroring our own challenges and victories. Consider the story of Prometheus, the titan who defied Zeus to bring fire to humanity. Prometheus's act of rebellion wasn't just about giving people warmth or light, it was about sharing knowledge and the power to shape their destiny. His tale reminds us of the courage it takes to stand up for what is right, even when faced with tremendous adversity. Prometheus's punishment, a life of endless suffering, teaches us about the price of defiance, but also about the power of sacrifice and the value of enlightenment. Then there is the story of Icarus, whose wings melted as he flew too close to the sun. Icarus's flight symbolizes the dangers of hubris, the overreaching ambition that leads to one's downfall. His tale warns us of the perils of ignoring our limits and the importance of humility. It's a poignant reminder that while striving for greatness is noble, understanding our boundaries and respecting them is crucial for true success. In the tales of gods who face their own downfalls, we see reflections of our human condition. The myth of the fall of Lucifer, once a cherished archangel, is a powerful lesson in the destructive nature of pride. It shows how even the most exalted beings can fall from grace when they allow their egos to overshadow their purpose. This story speaks to the dangers of letting pride cloud judgment and the importance of staying grounded. The god stories also explore themes of love and sacrifice, like the myth of Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus's journey to the underworld to reclaim his beloved wife, Eurydice, shows the depths of love and the trials we endure for those we care about. His failure to keep faith and look back at Eurydice until they reach the surface serves as a profound lesson on trust and the fragility of hope. It teaches us about the delicate balance between faith and despair and the heartache that can arise from momentary lapses in belief. The gods often symbolize different aspects of the human experience, and their myths offer insight into our own lives. Take the story of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, who emerged fully grown from Zeus's head. Athena's birth from Zeus's head signifies the birth of wisdom from the mind, suggesting that true understanding and insight come from thoughtful contemplation and mental strength. Her presence in myths shows that wisdom is not just about knowledge, but about how we apply it to our actions and decisions. Moreover, the gods' tales of justice and retribution often mirror the moral struggles we face. The story of Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, who ensured that hubris was punished, teaches us about balance and fairness. Her role in ensuring that no one escapes the consequences of their actions is a reminder of the importance of accountability and the natural balance that strives to correct injustices. Every myth also carries a message of resilience and hope. The story of Persephone, who was taken to the underworld but returns to the earth each spring, symbolizes the cycles of loss and renewal. Her tale reflects the seasons of grief and recovery, showing that after periods of darkness, there is always the promise of light and new beginnings. Persephone's journey teaches us that even in the depths of despair, there is hope for renewal and the strength to overcome. The myths of the gods are not just ancient stories, they are reflections of the human spirit. They capture our deepest fears, our highest aspirations, and our most profound lessons. The gods, in their grandeur and their flaws, offer us mirrors in which we can see ourselves. Through their tales of triumph, tragedy, love, and sacrifice, we learn about the universal truths that bind us all together. In every story, there is a thread of wisdom waiting to be discovered. Each god's journey, each mythic battle, and each divine act of mercy or vengeance carries lessons that resonate with our own experiences. These tales, handed down through generations, remind us that we are part of a larger narrative, one that is filled with both divine drama and human struggle. And in their lessons, we find guidance for our own lives, a way to navigate the complexities of our own existence with courage, humility, and hope. The echoes of ancient myths have never truly faded. They continue to reverberate through the ages, shaping and influencing the present in ways we might not always recognize. These stories, once told around fires and etched into the pages of old texts, still have a powerful hold on our imagination and culture today. They are not just relics of the past, but living entities that breathe life into our modern world. Think about how the myth of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, has become a metaphor in our everyday language. We use Icarus to describe those who reach for goals beyond their grasp, often at great personal risk. This story, with its stark warning against overreaching ambition, continues to offer lessons about the limits of human endeavor and the consequences of ignoring them. It's not just a tale from the past, but a guiding principle that influences how we view risk and ambition in our own lives. The allure of ancient myths can be seen in how they appear in our modern entertainment. From movies and television shows to video games and books, gods and heroes from old stories are continuously reinvented and brought to life in new and exciting ways. Characters like Hercules and Thor, originally figures from classical mythology, now appear in blockbuster films and comic books, their legends updated for a contemporary audience. This constant reimagining not only keeps the myths alive, but also demonstrates their timeless appeal and relevance. Consider the story of Odysseus and his long journey home. Each new pantheon is a tapestry of personalities and domains. Some gods are born from the necessity of balance, embodying concepts like justice, love, and wisdom. Others take on roles that directly respond to the current challenges faced by mortals, such as gods of technology, innovation, and environmental stewardship. They weave their influence into the daily lives of people, guiding them with a touch that feels both ancient and immediate. The rise of these new pantheons is a process of profound transformation. They do not simply replace the old gods, but build upon their legacy. They inherit the myths and rituals that once centered on the ancient deities, yet they reinterpret these elements in ways that resonate with the contemporary world. This reimagining of divine roles and stories allows the new pantheons to connect deeply with people's hopes, fears, and aspirations. The creation of new pantheons is also a reflection of human creativity and resilience. As the old gods fade into memory, people seek to fill the gap with new symbols of divine presence. These new gods become the focal points of worship and reverence, offering guidance and comfort in ways that feel both timeless and new. The rituals and stories surrounding them adapt to the changing times, blending ancient practices with modern understanding. One of the most touching aspects of this transition is the way in which the new gods are embraced. They become symbols of hope and renewal, embodying the belief that even in the face of change, the divine presence continues to guide and inspire. The worship of these new deities is a testament to the enduring nature of human faith and the endless capacity for imagination and adaptation. The rise of new pantheons also highlights the dynamic nature of mythology. Just as the old gods evolved over time, so too do the new gods take shape, each adding their own chapters to the grand narrative of the divine. Their stories become intertwined with the lives of mortals, creating a rich tapestry of belief that spans both the past and the present. In this new era, the pantheons serve not just as distant figures of awe but as active participants in the lives of people. They address contemporary issues and reflect the values and concerns of the modern world. This makes their presence more immediate and relevant as they engage with people in ways that feel personal and direct. The new pantheons, with their blend of ancient and modern elements, offer a powerful reminder of the enduring power of myth and the divine. They show that even as the old gods recede, new forms of divinity emerge, each one shaped by the needs and dreams of the time. Their rise is a testament to the unending nature of belief and the continuous evolution of the divine. In every story, ritual, and symbol associated with these new pantheons, there is a reflection of the past and a hope for the future. They remind us that while gods may change, the quest for meaning, guidance, and connection remains constant. As these new deities rise, they carry forward the legacy of the old while forging new paths and possibilities, continuing the ancient tradition of divine presence in a world that is ever-changing. The idea of the end of time is both awe-inspiring and terrifying, capturing the imagination of anyone who contemplates the vastness of existence. Legends whisper of a day when the very fabric of reality will be torn apart, only to be reborn in a new, uncharted form. This is not merely an end, but a profound reset, where the universe, exhausted from its eons-long dance, takes a final bow and starts anew. In the quiet, ethereal corners of ancient myths, there is a recurring theme of cosmic endings and fresh beginnings. These tales speak of a time when everything we know, the stars that shine, the earth that holds us, and even the divine beings who watch over us, will dissolve into an overwhelming darkness. This darkness isn't just an absence of light but a potent, enveloping force that prepares the way for the universe to reset itself. According to these myths, as the end approaches, the skies will be painted with colors unseen, and the familiar constellations will vanish, leaving behind an empty canvas. It's a chilling yet beautiful spectacle, a cosmic twilight where every star flickers out, and the universe seems to hold its breath, awaiting the inevitable. In this moment of cosmic silence, there's a sense of mourning, a collective sadness that spans across the universe. Every planet, every celestial body, and every living being feels the weight of this final moment. It's a profound sadness, not just for the end of their own existence, but for the end of everything they have ever known. The ancient gods themselves are not immune to this sorrow. They, too, must face the ultimate farewell to their creations and their reign. Yet, from this despair arises hope. Myths promise that after the end, the universe will not simply remain in darkness, but will undergo a grand rebirth. Out of the void will come a new beginning, where the cosmos will be born again, fresh and vibrant. This new universe will carry the echoes of the old, but will also be unblemished by its past imperfections. The cycle of creation and destruction will continue, as eternal as the stars themselves. In this new birth, the ancient deities and their tales are not lost but transformed. They become the building blocks of a new mythology, their stories retold in fresh ways. Their wisdom and essence are woven into the fabric of the new universe, guiding it with a gentle hand as it grows and evolves. The myths of the end thus carry the promise of renewal, suggesting that the end of one era is simply the start of another. As the universe resets, there is a profound sense of completion and new potential. It's a reminder that every ending carries within it the seeds of a new beginning. The cosmic reset is not just about destruction but about the endless possibilities of creation. The myths reflect our deepest fears and hopes, showing that even in the darkest moments, there is a light that guides us towards something greater. This cycle of ending and rebirth speaks to a universal truth that change is inevitable, but so is the chance for renewal. The end of time is not an ending in the conventional sense, but a powerful transformation that makes way for the infinite potential of what's to come. The myths surrounding this cosmic reset remind us of the enduring beauty of the universe and our place within it, even as everything we know is swept away. This epic tale of perseverance and cunning is reflected in countless narratives where characters face trials and tribulations in their quest for redemption or return. The themes of struggle, resilience, and the quest for home resonate deeply with us, showing how these ancient stories capture universal human experiences. They remind us that the challenges faced by heroes of old are not so different from the ones we encounter today. The myths of gods and heroes also persist in cultural and religious practices. Many festivals, rituals, and traditions have their roots in ancient mythology. For example, the story of Persephone's return from the underworld is celebrated in modern festivals marking the change of seasons. This myth symbolizes renewal and rebirth, themes that are celebrated and reflected in our own seasonal celebrations and cultural rituals. These practices connect us to our ancestors and their stories, bridging the gap between the ancient and the modern. Even in our moral and philosophical discourse, ancient myths hold sway. The story of Prometheus, who defied Zeus to bring fire to humanity, has become a powerful symbol of intellectual freedom and the quest for knowledge. His story is often invoked in discussions about scientific discovery and the ethical implications of new technologies. It serves as a reminder of the ongoing dialogue between humanity's drive for progress and the consequences of pushing boundaries. The concept of fate and destiny, so central to many myths, still influences our understanding of the world. The idea that certain events are predestined or that our lives are intertwined with larger cosmic forces is a recurring theme in literature, psychology, and even modern spirituality. Myths like those of the Moirai, the Fates in Greek mythology, continue to provoke thought about the nature of free will and destiny, offering timeless reflections on the human condition. In education and the arts, these ancient stories provide rich material for exploration and discussion. Teachers use myths to illustrate complex concepts and to engage students with narratives that have captivated minds for centuries. Artists draw inspiration from these tales, creating works that resonate with the emotional depth and universal themes found in the myths. The gods and heroes of old continue to inspire and challenge us, their stories a source of creative energy and intellectual inquiry. Moreover, the myths themselves offer a sense of continuity and connection. They remind us that the questions and struggles we face today are not new but part of a larger, ongoing human story. The gods who once shaped the cosmos and the heroes who faced unimaginable challenges are now part of our collective consciousness, influencing how we think, act, and dream. These ancient stories, passed down through generations, are far more than just old tales. They are living narratives that continue to shape our world. They offer insights into the human experience, challenge our understanding of our place in the universe, and provide comfort and guidance as we navigate our own lives. The myths of the past, far from being forgotten, continue to live on in our hearts, minds, and cultures, proving that their power and relevance endure through the ages.